Chapter 42-84. In the primordial ancestral star, Guling was fighting against Ancestor Black Mountain in the demon domain. Ancestor Black Mountain was not someone demon, sovereign black, dust could compare to. He was an old demon ancestor with unparalleled power, presiding over the demon domain and dominating a region. Ancestor Black Mountain made his move, blocking Guling, who was rampaging in the demon domain. At this time, endless demonic fire surged out from Ancestor Black Mountain's body, instantly turning the area within 10,000 miles into a sea of fire. The pitch-black, demonic fire burned the void between heaven and earth. In the sea of fire, a ball of divine fire floated, and within the divine fire, the figure of a girl in white was faintly discernible. That girl in white was Guling. She had the fire martial body, and this demon ancestor was also a fire elemental demon ancestor, cultivating terrifying demonic fire. This demonic fire was enough to burn an ordinary quasi-supreme to death. Even though Guling wasn't a true quasi-supreme being, she was a quasi-supreme martial artist. Every single move she made was filled with great power. Most importantly, her martial body was so strong that it could withstand a quasi-supreme Tao artifact. She was practically a human quasi-supreme Tao artifact. Little girl, let's see how long you can last. Ancestor Black Mountain's voice sounded. Humph. Guling sneered in disdain. In the next moment, she directly used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the returning truth secret technique. In the next moment, her entire body seemed to have turned into a bottomless black hole, constantly refining the surrounding demonic fire. The surrounding demonic fire was madly devoured and refined by the returning truth power. What? Ancestor Black Mountain immediately sensed the returning truth power. He hurriedly used his demonic art, wanting to stabilize the demonic fire and not let Guling refine it. However, not only was the demonic fire not stabilized, but it was also flowing faster and faster. In just a few seconds, a small portion of the demonic fire was devoured by Guling. This returning truth secret technique could add in any spiritual qi in the world and refine it into one's own vital qi. Even the demonic qi was refined. Patriarch Black Mountain's shock was no small matter. Who told you to look down on me? Guling was amused. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were the ultimate secret arts created by the supreme Tao ancestor. Anyone could cultivate them, not just those who practiced the immortal Tao. Guling was Gufei's daughter. Gufei had mastered the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao and had passed this secret technique to her. The power of a supreme secret skill was naturally not to be underestimated. Preposterous! Patriarch Black Mountain was both shocked and enraged. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The blood essence turned into a blood-colored demonic saber that cut off the connection between him and the demonic flames. To the Black Mountain ancestor, this was like cutting off an arm, but he had no choice but to do it. Ancestor Black Mountain was an old devil who had roamed the world for countless years. Even in the ancient times, he was a great devil, and the number of living beings who died in his hands was unknown. This old demon was decisive, cold-blooded, and merciless. He did things according to his own whims. What a good demon! Guling could not help but be moved when she saw this. The demonic flames that filled the sky were instantly refined and devoured by her. Her cultivation became more stable, but it was impossible for her to break through her current cultivation level. Little girl, you deserve to die. Ancestor Black Mountain was truly enraged this time. After returning to the primordial ancestral planet for countless years, he did not expect to be put in such a difficult position by an unknown little girl before he could even kill his way out. Come and kill me then. Guling's entire body was covered in a vast and mighty fire qi, like a peerless fire spirit. Boom! In the next moment, the flames on her body turned into the shadow of a divine phoenix, which faintly appeared on her body. An extremely powerful pressure spread out, burning the void to the point of annihilation. At this time, the area within a radius of 10,000 miles had become scorched earth, and traces of the demonic flames were everywhere. This was under the situation where the Black Mountain ancestor controlled the range of the demonic flames. If he did not control it, the area within a radius of more than 100,000 miles would have been scorched earth. Although the demonic domain was huge, if the damage was too great, even Ancestor Black Mountain would not be able to explain himself. The primordial demon domain was the home base of the demons. Roar! Ancestor Black Mountain roared into the sky, and his terrifying demonic voice spread out in all directions. Cracks in the space that were visible to the naked eye immediately appeared in the entire world. Take my punch! Guling could not be bothered to talk nonsense with this guy, and she directly punched out. As she punched out, her essence, spirit, and spirit were instantly highly concentrated. This punch directly brought along all the power in Guling's body. It seemed like a very ordinary punch, but in the eyes of Ancestor Black Mountain, it was the most terrifying punch he had ever seen. This was a punch that could not be avoided, and he could only take it head-on. Ancestor Black Mountain had no choice but to clench his teeth and punch with all his might to meet the incoming fist. Boom! Kacha! A dull sound of impact and the sound of bones breaking rang out almost at the same time. Two figures were instantly sent flying. How is this possible? Looking at his bent right arm, Ancestor Black Mountain had a look of disbelief. His arm had actually been broken by this little girl, and this almost made him go crazy. It had been a long time since he had been injured, and he had forgotten when was the last time he was injured. Unforgivable, unforgivable. Ancestor Black Mountain's eyes were red, and he was so angry that his body was trembling. At this moment, Guling also looked at her right fist in shock. She saw that the sleeve of her entire arm had been torn, and there were cracks on her forearm. Blood was seeping out from those cracks. If it wasn't for her strong bone body, she would have broken her arm from the recoil. Swoosh! Right at that moment, Patriarch Black Mountain charged over once again. His figure turned blurry and became indistinct, just like a shadow. As for Ancestor Black Mountain, his speed suddenly increased by a large margin. Guling was taken aback, but it was already too late for her to dodge. At the next moment, there was a bang, and the demonic shadow crashed into Guling's body. With such a fast speed, not to mention a low-level quasi-supremacy, even a high-level quasi-supremacy would have their body and primordial spirit destroyed. However, what happened next left Guling dumbfounded. Guling did not explode from the collision, but was sent flying by the demonic shadow. All the bones in her body felt like they were about to fall apart, but she did not suffer any injuries. However, the moment the black shadow crashed into Guling, it exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Guling flew for thousands of miles before she stopped. She hurriedly looked down and saw that her outer clothes had been torn, revealing the battle armor underneath. So that was the case. She was wearing the sky blue immortal gold battle armor. This was an eternal Tao artifact, and even the full power of an extreme Tao artifact would not be able to leave a mark on it. One had to say that Guling was really lucky. If not for the sky blue immortal gold battle armor, no matter how strong her martial body was, she would have been destroyed by old demon Black Mountain. Chapter 4285. Patriarch Black Mountain was extremely unlucky. He never expected Guling to be wearing an eternal war armor, which was even stronger than an extreme grade Tao artifact. In fact, even though Patriarch Black Mountain had roamed the world for countless years, he had never come into contact with the eternal realm. He wasn't even an extreme grade Tao artifact. When he collided with Guling, not only did he not explode, but he also exploded himself. Patriarch Black Mountain was almost destroyed in both body and soul. He could only see a bloody mist swirling around him, and a faint smell of blood spread out in the void. Roar! In the demon domain, heart-palpitating roars kept coming out. In the dark sky, demonic shadows could be seen from time to time. The battle between Gu Ling and Patriarch Black Mountain was too big, and it alarmed countless demons. Powerful demonic shadows appeared in the nearby area, and in an instant demons gathered. The demons in the distance only watched from afar, not daring to approach. Who is this person? How dare he come in alone? Is he courting death? When did such a person appear in the primordial ancestral star? The demons discussed. Patriarch Black Mountain was one of the top demon patriarchs in the demon domain. As long as he didn't come out of the extreme grade Tao, he was almost invincible. But now, a little girl from the human race was actually able to fight against Patriarch Black Mountain endlessly. This caused all the demons who were watching the battle to be extremely shocked. At this moment, a bloody light suddenly shot into the sky, dyeing the entire sky red. A terrifying demonic nature surged out from the bloody light. In the bloody light, a figure moved, quickly retreating. This person's white clothes fluttered in the wind, and her body was surrounded by divine flames. It was Gu Ling. Gu Ling wasn't afraid of the bloody light, but she was a little wary of the demonic nature in the bloody light. That was the demonic nature of a peak quasi-supreme. Although she was already at the early stage of quasi-supreme, she hadn't gone through her tribulation yet. If the demonic nature triggered a heart demon, it would be troublesome. At this time, Gu Ling had to be careful. That bloody light was the burning demonic blood of Patriarch Black Mountain. He wanted to kill Gu Ling even though his vitality was greatly injured. Little girl, die. A wave of divine will came out from the bloody light. In the bloody light, a blood-colored demonic shadow appeared. An unprecedentedly powerful demonic power surged out from the demonic shadow, and the entire void became unstable. What? Patriarch Black Mountain is going all out. Even if Patriarch Black Mountain managed to kill the human expert by burning his fiendish essence, he would most likely lose half his life. The demons in the distance were whispering to each other. The primordial demon domain was huge. Even a quasi-supreme was only an overlord of a region. The true ruler of the primordial demon domain was rumored to be an extreme Tao demon ancestor. However, after that battle, the supreme demon ancestor disappeared without a trace. No one knew if the supreme demon ancestor was still in the primordial demon territory. On the other hand, the relationship between the various overlords of the demon domain was not that friendly. In fact, they were even at war with each other and engaged in endless battles. This Black Mountain Devil ancestor had many enemies in the primordial devil domain. Some demons hoped that the Black Mountain Evil Lord would die in the hands of this human expert. Seeing that the Black Mountain Demon Ancestor had executed this secret technique, his nemesis naturally hoped that the Black Mountain Demon Ancestor's vitality would be greatly damaged. At that moment, Bloody's figure was approaching them. Whoosh! A beam of blood light flashed past, and Gu Ling was slashed at the waist by the light blade unleashed by Patriarch Black Mountain. Clang! When the blood-colored light blade landed on Gu Ling's body, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The blood-colored blade of light shattered in the void. However, Patriarch Black Mountain was in such a state. Extreme breaking punch. Gu Ling did not have time to fight with the blood-colored demonic shadow. She immediately executed the extreme breaking punch. Rumble! Wherever Gu Ling's fist passed by, everything would explode. Even a moving ancient god mountain would cause the void to tremble unceasingly. Transparent ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out in all directions. The blood-colored demonic shadow was like an illusion and instantly pounced in front of Gu Ling. Humph! Gu Ling sneered. In the next moment, with a dull sound of impact, her fist landed hard on the demonic shadow. Her fist went through it instantly. The blood-colored demonic shadow exploded in an instant. The demons who were watching the battle were shocked when they saw this. That human expert had actually destroyed the blood-colored demonic shadow that Patriarch Black Mountain had transformed into with a single punch. How is this possible? One of the demons muttered to himself. Guling did not hesitate and immediately executed one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. The primordial spirit of the way, sword secret technique. A ball of divine light surged from between her brows. Whoosh! In the next moment, a beam of divine light shot out from between Guling's brows and slashed at the extremely powerful demonic shadow. The demonic shadow screamed and immediately dimmed, as if it would collapse at any moment. The blood-colored demonic shadow shot into the sky, intending to retreat. Too late. Guling's face was expressionless as she took out the 9 phoenix cauldron. Powerful waves of power surged from the 9 phoenix cauldron. 9 divine phoenixes rushed out from the 9 phoenix cauldron, pouncing at the blood-colored demonic shadow. The terrifying divine fire burned the void, silently annihilating it. Don't you dare be presumptuous! At that moment, an angry roar came from afar. Then a demonic arrow shot through the air, instantly reaching Guling. Guling did not care about the demonic arrow at all, allowing it to hit her. At the same time, the 9 phoenix cauldron sucked in the blood-colored demonic shadow that Patriarch Black Mountain had transformed into. The 9 divine phoenixes pounced on the body of the 9 phoenix cauldron, and Guling instantly refined the Patriarch Black Mountain into ashes. The moment the demonic arrow hit Guling, it shattered in the void. Even Guling's clothes were undamaged. You! At that moment, a great demon with a demonic bow rushed over from afar. When the great demon saw that Guling had refined the Patriarch Black Mountain to death, he could not help but fly into a rage. Before he even reached her, he shot an arrow at Guling. Rumble! The arrow shot out with the sound of wind and thunder. The demonic arrow turned into a demonic dragon, pouncing at Guling in an instant. What? Guling was taken aback. In the next moment, she punched out. Boom! With a loud sound, Guling's punch blew up the demonic dragon that was charging at her. Seeing the scene, the surrounding demons were shocked. This human expert's physical body was too strong. She could actually destroy the demonic arrow with her bare hands. The demonic arrow patriarch was an expert of his generation. He was a sworn friend of the Patriarch Black Mountain. Now that the Patriarch Black Mountain was killed by Guling, he was naturally enraged. Kill! The demonic arrow patriarch shot out 9 demonic arrows at the same time. The 9 arrows pierced through the air, turning into 9 demonic dragons that charged at Guling. Chapter 40-86. The 9-dragon arrow demon was a peerless powerhouse among the demons at the same level as the Black Mountain Patriarch. Guling had refined the Black Mountain Patriarch, which made the 9-dragon arrow demon, who was close friends with the Black Mountain Patriarch, furious. The 9-dragon arrow demon immediately used the 9-dragon arrow magic power and shot out 9 demonic dragons. Rumble! The 9 demonic dragons charged towards Guling. Every single demonic dragon exuded an incomparably strong demonic energy. The combined strength of the 9 demonic dragons shook the entire heaven and earth. Interesting. Guling held the 9 phoenix cauldron in her hand. In the next moment, the 9 phoenix cauldron shot up into the sky from her hand. 9 divine phoenixes rushed out from the divine cauldron and charged at the 9 demonic dragons. It was an absolutely shocking scene. High up in the sky, one side was filled with monstrous demonic aura and demonic dragons that shook the heavens and the earth. The other side was filled with mighty divine fire and fire phoenixes that burned the heavens and the earth. Countless demons who were watching the battle nearby were all stunned by the scene. This was definitely a battle at the pinnacle below the extreme grade. All the demons were extremely nervous. It must be known that this human powerhouse had just killed the Black Mountain Patriarch just now. The Black Mountain Patriarch was in existence at the peak of the quasi-supreme level. The 9-dragon arrow demon's cultivation was almost on par with the Black Mountain Patriarch. Even if the 9-dragon arrow demon was slightly stronger, it wouldn't be that much stronger, unless he was an extreme grade supreme. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of countless demons, the 9 demonic dragons and the 9 divine phoenixes collided with each other, causing an earth-shattering sound to erupt. The destructive power spread out in all directions, and wherever it passed, the mountains were turned into dust. Countless demons who were watching the battle from afar were shocked, and all of them retreated in fear. If they were to be affected, even a quasi-supreme would probably be injured, let alone those demons who weren't even quasi-supreme. In an instant, rocks flew everywhere in the entire area. Dust rose into the sky, and the earth trembled. Cracks that looked like bottomless abysses appeared on the ground. Some unlucky demons were directly hit by the flying rocks and died. It had to be known that these flying rocks were imbued with the power of destruction. Even if the demons were hit by them, they would die instantly. Their bodies and primordial spirits would be shattered. At this moment, the 9 demonic dragons and 9 divine phoenixes dissipated into the void. In the next moment, the 2 of them started fighting. Demonic arrows pierced through the sky, shooting towards Guling. Buzz! The 9 phoenix cauldron, floating in front of Guling, suddenly began to vibrate. A ball of godly fire burst forth from the 9 phoenix cauldron, blasting away all the demonic arrows aimed at Guling. 9 arrows in one! The 9 dragon archer demon let out a furious roar and suddenly drew his bow. 9 arrows immediately appeared on the bowstring. In the next moment, the 9 dragon archer demon let go, and the 9 arrows immediately flew towards Guling. The 9 arrows of light did not transform into demonic dragons. Instead, they rotated and instantly fused together. The moment the 9 beams of light fused together, an unimaginable power erupted. This was a power that was almost equivalent to the extreme grade level. Guling's expression changed. This guy was quite capable. He was a bit stronger than the Black Mountain ancestor. The power of this arrow was enough to easily kill a quasi-supreme. This 9 dragon archer demon. A few demonic clouds floated in the distant sky. Several powerful figures stood on top of the clouds. These demons had very powerful auras. Just by standing there, they had the might to trample the world beneath their feet, making people feel incomparably stifled. These were existences at the level of demon ancestors. They were extremely powerful, and every one of them was a quasi-supreme. Even the quasi-supreme among the demon ancestors were alarmed by this battle. The arrow shot by the 9 dragon archer demon made the expressions of the demon ancestors change. With a single thought from Guling, the 9 phoenix cauldron stood up and faced the arrow of light. Clang! The 9 phoenix cauldron was sent flying, and the countless Tao patterns on the cauldron dissipated into the void. The arrow light did not stop, and it did not even stop for a moment. In an instant, it hit Guling's body. You're still not dead this time. A cold smile appeared on the 9 dragon archer demon's pale face. The surrounding demon ancestors also thought that Guling would definitely not survive after being shot by the 9 dragon archer demon's supreme arrow. This guy will definitely explode. Both his body and soul will be destroyed. A demon ancestor who was watching the battle from afar said, but soon he was slapped in the face. Although the arrow light had hit Guling, Guling did not explode from the arrow as the demon ancestor had said. His body and soul were both destroyed. She was only sent flying by the arrow. The 9 dragon archer demon's supreme arrow could not even penetrate Guling's body, let alone explode. What? The demon ancestor was incomparably embarrassed. The other demon ancestors also looked at Guling as if she was a monster. How is this possible? Even the 9 dragon archer demon who shot the arrow turned pale with fright. That was the strongest arrow he could shoot. Not to mention initial stage quasi-supremes, even middle stage quasi-supremes, or even great perfection quasi-supremes would be annihilated if they were hit by this arrow. This human girl was only a low-level quasi-supremacy. She hadn't even passed her heavenly tribulation. How could she have such abilities? The nine-dragon archer demon was an ancient demon. He could see through Guling's actual situation with a single glance. He found it hard to believe that this little human girl could actually survive after being hit by his strongest arrow. Damn it! At this moment, Gully's chi and blood were roiling from the nine-dragon archer demon's arrow, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. With great difficulty, she managed to stop her retreat. Looking down, she saw that there was a hole in the clothes on her chest, revealing the sky-blue immortal gold armor beneath. If she wasn't wearing the sky-blue immortal gold battle armor, she would have died twice. Thinking of this, Guling's forehead was covered in a fine layer of cold sweat. It seemed like she was too arrogant and underestimated everyone. Quasi-supremacy wasn't invincible, especially low-level quasi-supremacy. When faced with a higher-level quasi-supremacy, the outcome would only be defeat. Worse still, they would be destroyed in both body and soul. That battle armor, when the nine-dragon archer demon saw the sky-blue immortal gold battle armor on Guling's body, his eyes lit up. Was the battle armor that this girl was wearing an extreme Tao battle armor? The other demon ancestors also noticed the battle armor on Guling's body. Is this all you've got? Guling looked at the nine-dragon archer demon and said indifferently, "You!" The nine-dragon archer demon was shocked. This guy didn't seem to be injured at all after taking his arrow. Guling waved her right hand. The nine-phoenix cauldron flew back from afar and landed in her hand. "Then go and die." Guling took a step forward and instantly disappeared. When she reappeared, she was above the nine-dragon arrow demon's head and stomped down on it. Boom! 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 Bam! The nine-dragon archer demon didn't even have time to think before his body exploded from Guling's stomp, turning into a mist of blood. What? Chapter 40, 287. Heaven Trampling with One Step. Guling had executed a supreme battle technique that Gu Fei had created back when he was still a supreme. With just a single step, even someone as powerful as the nine-dragon archer demon was annihilated in both body and soul. This scene stunned all the demons. The surroundings fell silent as they stared at the figure in the sky in disbelief. How is this possible? Even the old antiques were dumbfounded at this moment. The battle prowess displayed by Guling had far exceeded their understanding. A low-level quasi-supremacy had actually killed a peak quasi-supremacy expert with a single step. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, who would have believed it? After executing the heaven-trampling step, Guling felt her vision darken. She staggered and nearly fell from the sky. While she could execute such a supreme technique, it would consume a large amount of essence chi. She had only taken a single step, yet it had consumed a large portion of her essence chi. Guling felt as though she had been hollowed out. She can't hold on anymore. Let's go together and kill her. One of the demon forefathers suddenly shouted. What? All the demons were taken aback when they heard this. While she killed the nine-dragon archer demon, her essence chi must have been greatly damaged. The demon forefather continued. When the demons heard this, their eyes immediately lit up as they looked at Guling. This human expert was too much of a threat to the demon domain. 2 demon forefathers had already died at her hands. Furthermore, be it the Black Mountain Patriarch or the nine-dragon archer demon, they were all top-notch experts. None of the demons present dared to claim that their cultivation base was stronger than the Black Mountain Patriarch or the nine-dragon archer demon. Kill! The 2 demon forefathers were fearless as they attacked Guling. A huge hand grabbed out at Guling. Black chi swirled around the hand, and demonic patterns could be faintly seen, emanating an incomparably powerful demonic power. Guling raised her head. In the next moment, she flipped her right hand and slapped upwards. Without any suspense, Guling's palm smashed through the demonic hand that was descending from the sky. It was filled with demonic chi and destroyed the old demon ancestor who had made a move, turning him into a blood mist that dissipated in the void, let alone an essence soul. Not even the bones of the fiend ancestor could be found. The demonic artifacts on him were instantly reduced to dust. This was an absolutely tremendous amount of power that came crushing down. Nothing on the body of this demon ancestor could be preserved, as they were destroyed by the single palm strike of Gu Ling. When the other demon ancestors who wanted to attack saw the scene, they nearly peed their pants. The weaker demon ancestors immediately turned and fled. How would they dare to attack Gu Ling? These bastards sure know their place. In the eastern region of the primordial ancestral star, a huge light screen was hovering above the main hall of the heavenly human city, Lord's Mansion. On the light screen was the image of Gu Ling fighting the demons alone. Gu Fei sat on his throne, watching the scene on the screen. Young master has master's majesty back then. Elder Meng, who was waiting by the side, said, "How can my daughter not have some ability?" Gu Fei was very happy. His daughter had finally grown up and could take charge of things on her own. She hasn't gone through the tribulation yet, right? Gu Fei muttered to himself. He couldn't be careless in choosing the place for his daughter's tribulation. The location of the tribulation was related to the path that Gu Ling would take in the future. The human realm wasn't suitable for tribulation. Gu Fei would never think of letting Gu Ling undergo tribulation in the human realm. This was because the human realm was flawed. Only by undergoing tribulation in a flawless heaven and earth could one obtain the strongest power and the most complete Tao law. Only then could one become the strongest. Gu Fei knew that his daughter's heart was higher than the sky. This was the last trial before the tribulation. This was because Gu Ling had never fought with the powerful demons, especially a peerless demon ancestor. Should we send someone to help the young master? Elder Meng asked. No need. These demons are just chickens and dogs. How can they be a match for Ling? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Elder Meng chuckled and said nothing more. At this moment, within the demon's realm, Gu Ling unleashed her godly might. With a backhand slap, she turned the second demon ancestor that attacked her into a mist of blood. How could this be? All the demons were dumbfounded. This little lass of the human race was only at the quasi-supreme state, lower level. Yet, she had killed 4 demon ancestors in a row. The battle prowess displayed by Gu Ling had far surpassed the knowledge of these demon ancestors. This was something that was absolutely impossible. Even if this little lass of the human race had a heaven-defying body type, there was no way she could defeat quasi-supreme state, greater mastery beings like the Black Mountain Ancestor and the 9-Dragon Archer Demon. Run! All the demon ancestors turned around and fled. No one dared to attack Gu Ling anymore. At this moment, Gu Ling wanted to strike out once more. However, her face suddenly turned pale as her body swayed, and she nearly fell from the sky. It can't be, right? This fella is still pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Some of the demon ancestors noticed Gu Ling. Previously, they had only attacked Gu Ling because they saw that she was weak. Now, Gu Ling seemed to be very weak again. However, who would dare to attack this time? Gu Ling did not give chase. This time, she was truly very weak. She had used the heavenly transformation hand twice in a row. Her Yuan Qi was almost completely depleted. She had been extremely domineering earlier, slapping 2 demon ancestors to death with a single palm strike. That was the result of her using the heavenly transformation hand. The extreme battle skill, the heavenly transformation hand, was another battle skill created by Gu Fei. Gu Ling was not an extreme supreme yet. Even a true quasi-supreme would have to expend a tremendous amount of Yuan Qi to use an extreme battle skill, not to mention that she had yet to undergo her tribulation. Using an extreme battle skill thrice was Gu Ling's limit. If it were any other quasi-supreme, they would probably be exhausted after using an extreme battle skill once, let alone using it a second or third time. Gu Ling heaved a sigh of relief after scaring off the demons. Just as she was about to leave, a figure appeared silently in front of her, blocking her path. "You!" Gu Ling was taken aback. "Lass, you might be able to deceive those demons, but you can't deceive me." It was a white-robed youth. This white-robed youth was staring at Gu Ling with a dark expression. This white-robed youth had a faint layer of demon qi coiling around him. He was unlike the other demon ancestors, who were filled with torrential demon qi and intimidating demonic might the moment they appeared. However, it was precisely because of this that Gu Ling was shocked. This fellow was even more dangerous than those demon ancestors. "Gu Fei, I know you're watching. I'll make you watch as your daughter dies in front of you." The white-robed youth suddenly raised his head and looked into the sky, smiling strangely. "What did you say?" Gu Ling was shocked when she heard that. "Kill." Without another word, the white-robed youth disappeared into the void. In the next moment, Gu Ling felt her body tremble as though she had been struck by a primordial divine mountain. Then she was sent flying backward. Chapter 4288. Gu Ling had used the heavenly transformation palm to kill 2 demon forefathers and chase away the other demon forefathers. However, just as Gu Ling was about to heave a sigh of relief, a white-robed youth appeared in front of her and blocked her way. The white-robed youth sent Gu Ling flying with a single blow. The white-robed youth was taken aback. He was surprised that his blow had failed to kill this little girl. However, he quickly came to his senses. Gu Ling was the daughter of his enemy, and Gu Fei had no lack of extreme Dao treasures. If Gu Ling had an extreme Dao treasure to protect herself, who would be able to hurt her? Meanwhile, Gu Fei's face was extremely solemn in the main hall of the Sky Man City, Lord Palace. "It's Yuan Gu. How dare he?" Gu Fei gritted his teeth and said, "Yuan Gu." Elder Meng was shocked to hear that. Yuan Gu was Gu Fei's greatest enemy. Even Gu Fei had never seen this fella's true face, let alone the other demons. Gu Fei's figure had already disappeared. He had directly shattered the void and left. "You want to kill me? Do you have the ability to do so?" Gu Ling said disdainfully. Although she had been sent flying by this fella's blow and her blood was in turmoil, she was not injured. There was a faint fist imprint on her chest armor. However, this fist imprint quickly disappeared. Gu Ling was wearing the eternal battle armor that Gu Fei had refined. No matter how strong the white-robed youth was, he would not be able to break through the sky-blue immortal gold battle armor. Extreme Dao battle armor. The white-robed youth had also noticed the battle armor on Gu Ling's body. "How dare you?" The white-robed Yuan Gu had calculated everything except for the sky-blue immortal gold battle armor on Gu Ling's body. His sure-kill blow had actually failed. He wanted to attack again, but in the next moment a figure shattered the void and appeared beside Gu Ling Gu Fei. The white-robed Yuan Gu was shocked. He had not expected Gu Fei to arrive so quickly. "Father!" When Gu Ling saw Gu Fei, she immediately heaved a sigh of relief. This time, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Whoosh! At this moment, Yuan Gu directly soared into the sky in an attempt to escape. "Can you escape?" The corner of Gu Fei's mouth curled up, revealing a cold smile. Bam! With a muffled sound, the white-robed Yuan Gu was sent flying back as if he had hit an invisible wall. "What?" The white-robed Yuan Gu was shocked. "Humph! Yuan Gu, you underestimate me." Gu Fei coldly stared at Yuan Gu with his hands behind his back. Yuan Gu was his greatest enemy. The grudge between him and Yuan Gu had been entangled for countless years. Yuan Gu was mysterious and unfathomable. He had countless incarnations, and it seemed as though he could be found everywhere. On the primordial ancestral star, Yuan Gu's incarnation had always been attacking. After all, he was the one who had led Gu Fei to the primordial ancestral star. Whether it was the battle between Gu Fei and the Heavenly Man clan, or the battle between the extreme Dao Heaven sect and the Heavenly Man clan, Yuan Gu had been the mastermind. This time, Yuan Gu wanted to personally kill Gu Ling. However, He had really underestimated Gu Fei. He had thought that Gu Fei was in the East region and could not instantly come to the demon region in the primordial ancestral star. However, unexpectedly, Gu Fei appeared beside his daughter in an instant. Yuan Gu stared at Gu Fei, his eyes almost spitting fire. His son had died at the hands of Gu Fei. Boom! Before Gu Fei could attack, Yuan Gu had already punched at Gu Fei. A violent fist force erupted from his fist and shook the void. Ha ha, aren't you good at swordsmanship? Why are you using your fist? Gu Fei laughed. Yuan Gu had once obtained the stone carvings of the 9 heaven punishment swords and comprehended the flying celestial swordsmanship. He was the Emperor Xian of swordsmanship and could break all techniques with a sword in hand. However, he was now using his fist against Gu Fei. However, even though Yuan Gu had used his fist, the power of his fist could not be underestimated. Rays of destructive lightning rushed out of his fist and tore the void apart. All right, let's see whose fist is harder. Gu Fei took a step forward and clenched his right hand. Then he threw a punch at Yuan Gu's fist. There was no mighty fluctuation of vitality or dazzling divine light. It seemed like an ordinary punch, but it smashed the lightning and broke the void. Bam! The 2 fists collided with each other in an instant, causing a dull sound to ring out. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking was heard. Yuan Gu screamed and was sent flying. He looked down and saw that his entire right arm was bent in a strange way. Some of his bones had even pierced through his flesh. Yuan Gu's right arm had been crippled with 1 punch. I would have been a little worried if your real body had come, but it's just an avatar. Humph. Gu Fei was very disdainful. Yuan Gu's real body might be very strong, but he was underestimating himself if he thought that a mere avatar could compete with him. He had some misgivings because his cultivation had only just recovered to the quasi-supreme being realm. If the first demon ancestor hadn't sent him into reincarnation and almost destroyed his cultivation, he would have gone to Yuan Gu to settle the score. It should be known that Gu Fei was an invincible existence in the eternal realm. Die! Yuan Gu roared and his body emitted black lightning. A terrifying demonic aura erupted from his body, and he instantly turned into a terrifying demon. He pounced directly at Gu Fei. The fluctuations of demonic energy that erupted from his body were even stronger than the demonic ancestor, who was a great perfection, quasi-supreme. Yuan Gu even has a demon body? Gu Fei could not help but frown upon seeing this. Yuan Gu was too powerful. It seemed like he had all kinds of avatars. But so what? Even if he had a demon body or a divine body, he would still be killed with 1 punch. Gu Fei didn't hesitate and immediately punched. This time he used the extreme breaking fist to break the limit. His power instantly soared to a terrifying level. Without any suspense, Yuan Gu's demon body was directly blasted by Gu Fei's punch and turned into a bloody mist. Even the wisp of his avatar was destroyed. Father, this! Guling couldn't help but be surprised. It's time for you to undergo the tribulation. Gu Fei said to Guling, tribulation. Guling was stunned. At this moment, she remembered that she hadn't undergone the tribulation yet. She would only become a true quasi-supreme after passing the quasi-supreme heavenly tribulation. Where do you want to undergo the tribulation? Gu Fei looked at his daughter, Guling, dotingly. I have to think about this carefully. Guling muttered. Tribulation. She was finally going to undergo the tribulation. Chapter 4289. Gu Fei killed the primordial demon body with 1 punch and left the demon area with Guling. At this time, the army of demons that had fought their way out of the demon area had gradually retreated. The human clan was not to be bullied. With the human clan's experts continuously attacking, the demon lords were naturally out of luck. Damn it! The primordial real body, who was hiding somewhere, was furious. He smashed the table in front of him with 1 slap. At this time, as the army of demons retreated, the entire central region gradually calmed down. The sudden demon chaos made all the forces on the primordial ancestral star feel a sense of crisis. After so many years, they had forgotten about the threat of the demons. The primordial ancestral star was too peaceful. Since the Dark Ages, there had been no more wars. All the forces were recuperating and were not willing to fight again. Until this time, when the alien tribes attacked, the cultivation world of the primordial ancestral star was shaken. Then, Gu Fei showed up and beat the celestial humans into submission. Even a second-generation celestial being like Ancestor Tianluo was beaten up badly by Gu Fei. The battle between the celestial humans and the Ji-Dao Heaven sect shocked the world. Then, the demon area descended and the primordial ancestral star started to fight again. This time, the demons in the demon area were just testing the forces on the primordial ancestral star. They did not really launch a large-scale attack. Even so, the demon chaos this time had plunged the central region into misery and suffering. Countless people and alien tribes had died. The real peerless demons did not make a move. They were still hiding in the depths of the demon area. No one knew what crazy things the rulers of the demon area would do next. For the demons, the primordial ancestral star was like a super, huge hunting ground. Their blood and flesh were everywhere. As long as they devoured crazily, they could quickly improve their cultivation. Gu Fei did not care about these things. In his opinion, the countless cultivators on the primordial ancestral star were living a comfortable life. Without training, they would never become real experts. At this time, the demons would not make any big moves for the time being. All the forces were watching the demon area. There were ancestor-level experts guarding outside the demon area. Rumble, a war city, suddenly rushed over from the distance and landed directly outside the demon domain. A powerful energy, fluctuation, spread out from the war city. The space around war city rippled like waves as a powerful figure appeared on top of the city. It's the second city master of the extreme Dao Heaven sect? Someone recognized the figure. The extreme Dao Heaven sect is really generous. The second city lord who suppresses the western region has actually come here. Someone said something like that. The extreme Dao Heaven sect had 6 war cities. The third war city had been taken by Gu Fei during the war with the Celestial clan, and the third city lord had died. The first city lord was also injured by Gu Fei's finger. Now, in the extreme Dao Heaven sect, only the 2nd, 4th, 5th, and 6th city lords who could take charge of an area were left. None of the 4 city lords could leave their stations at will, but now the 2nd city lord and war city had actually appeared outside the demon domain. This was enough to show how much importance the extreme Dao Heaven sect placed on the demon territory. Rumble! Another thunderous sound came from the horizon. Another huge city that looked like an ancient divine mountain appeared in the distance. It was rushing towards the infernal domain at high speed. Powerful energy, fluctuations spread out from the huge city. That's the Celestial clan's ancestral city? How dare they come here? The old ancestor-level existences in the nearby area were dumbfounded when they saw the huge city rushing towards them. After all, this was the extreme Dao Heaven sect's territory. Are these 2 clans going to fight again? A white-haired, white-browed old ancestor said with lingering fear. If the extreme Dao Heaven sect and the Celestial clan were to start a war again, it would be a great loss to the primordial ancestral planet's cultivation world. Moreover, it would happen when the demon domain descended. It would be terrible if the demons had an opportunity to take advantage of it. Boom! The Celestial clan's ancestral city descended from the sky and landed in another direction. Together with extreme Dao Heaven sect's 2nd city, they blocked the exit of the demon domain. This way, if the demons in the demon domain wanted to come out, they would be attacked head-on by the 2 great cities. Unexpectedly, the city lord of the extreme Dao Heaven sect's 2nd city did not attack the Celestial clan's ancestral city. The figure of the 2nd city lord disappeared from the top of the city. No one came out of the Celestial clan's ancestral city. The 2 huge cities stood quietly outside the demon domain. The extreme Tao Heaven sect has lost so many old ancestor-level existences. How could they tolerate that? Some people were puzzled. It should be noted that the extreme Tao Heaven sect's third city, Lord, had fallen at the hands of the Celestial clan, and even their war city had been robbed. It was really surprising that the sect master of the extreme Tao Heaven sect could tolerate that. At this time, taking advantage of the temporary calm, Gu Fei and Gu Ling were in Celestial City discussing where to go to undergo the tribulation. The human domain was out of the question, so there was no need to consider it. The heaven domain was fine, but the best place to go was the ancestral realm. That was the source of all realms. If Gu Ling underwent the tribulation there, he would naturally obtain the most powerful power. Gu Fei had the Wheel of Myriad Realms, the number one treasure of the ancestral realm. In theory, he could return to the ancestral realm. However, he was no longer the invincible, eternal realm existence of the past. Now, he only had the cultivation of a quasi-supreme. If he returned to the ancestral realm and encountered his enemies, it would be terrible. Although he had many extreme path Tao weapons and even eternal path Tao weapons, if an extreme path supreme attacked him, he would also die. "Father, let's go to the heaven domain," Gu Ling said to Gu Fei very seriously. "The heaven domain? Are you sure? In fact, the desolate world is not bad. It is also a complete great world, and not many people have undergone the tribulation there. The heavenly tribulation there should not be difficult to deal with." Gu Fei said. He also had forces in the desolate world, but he had not returned to the desolate world for a long time. He did not know how those guys were doing. "It's boring if it's too easy," Gu Ling said. "Haha, as expected of my daughter Gu Fei. All right, then let's go to the heaven domain. It's time to visit your Uncle Tortoise." Gu Fei laughed heartily. His daughter knew that it was easy to do the difficult. She faced the difficulties head-on and was unyielding. Not bad. The sky market was where the path to heaven from the human domain was located. In the human domain, only the ancestral star of the soaring dragon had the path to heaven. In fact, countless years ago, the path to heaven existed in the ancestral star of the human domain. However, in the present world, only the sky market of the soaring dragon ancestral star had the path to heaven. Therefore, it became the center of the cultivation world in the human domain. Countless people who wanted to go to the heaven domain had to go to the ancestral star of the soaring dragon ancestral star. Gu Fei had the Wheel of Myriad Realms. It was a piece of cake for him to return to the ancestral star of the soaring dragon ancestral star. Chapter 4290. Under the management of the Iron Blood Taoist and Zhuge Liang, there were no major problems. Zhuge Liang was a talented manager to begin with. As for the Iron Blood Taoist, he possessed the Phoenix Tribulation, so ordinary holy venerables did not dare to provoke him. Most importantly, Gu Fei had returned. Although he had embarked on the human race's ancient path, who would dare to touch Wanxiang City again? Gu Fei was the peerless savage of the soaring dragon ancestral star. He had trampled over the demon lord and was the ruler of a secret ground. He had slaughtered so many living beings that they trembled in fear. Before he returned, many people had been eyeing Wanxiang City. However, now that he had returned, all the restless forces had stopped their actions. Even the primordial Zhao family and Dongfang family were well behaved after being taught a lesson by Gu Fei. Moreover, it was no secret that Gu Fei's brother was Old Tortoise. Old Tortoise was the son of the Grand Emperor and the current leader of the dragon race. The dragon race was a powerful force in both the human realm and the heavenly realm. Before Gu Fei returned, the primordial Zhao family and Dongfang family did not dare to go overboard with the Iron Blood Taoist and the rest. Master is not back yet. Those fellows are probably going to cause trouble again. The Iron Blood Taoist and Zhuge Liang were having a drink in the backyard of the Wanxiang City Lord residence. At this moment, lanterns were lit and the city was brightly lit. People were still returning to the city. After nightfall, the region outside Wanxiang City was also dangerous. Some ferocious beasts roamed outside, and demonic beasts appeared outside the city from time to time. Only Wanxiang City was safe. In the eastern region, 1,000 miles away from Wanxiang City, the void suddenly collapsed. A huge black hole appeared in the sky, and 2 figures walked out of the black hole. "Who dares to barge into my ancestral land?" A loud shout was heard. A figure rushed out from a mountain peak below the black hole. It was a middle-aged man in purple clothes. The middle-aged man was aggressive and wanted to eliminate the 2 fellows that walked out of the black hole. A powerful aura burst out from the middle-aged man. However, the moment the middle-aged man saw the appearance of the 2 people, he staggered and nearly fell from the sky. Why, yes. Is it Lord Gu Fei? The middle-aged man was so scared that his face turned pale. This was the peerless, ferocious Gu Fei. He had actually shouted at Gu Fei just now. He simply didn't want to live anymore. "Are you from the Xiantian sect?" Gu Fei looked around and said he had actually appeared in the ancestral land of the Xiantian sect. The coordinates were a little off. The Xiantian sect was one of the major sects in the soaring dragon ancestral star's eastern region. It was a vassal of the primordial Zhao family, and its founder was called Li Xiantian. It was said that he was related to the primordial Li family. The primordial Li clan was the main clan of the supreme Tao ancestor. "I am Li Xiantian, the founder of the Xiantian sect," the purple-robed, middle-aged man hurriedly said. At this time, the other members of the Mysterious Heaven sect were also alarmed. Dozens of experts from the Mysterious Heaven sect picked up their weapons and rushed towards Gu Fei and Guling. However, they were stunned when they saw their sect ancestor bowing to a black-robed young man. "What's going on?" The dozens of experts from the Mysterious Heaven sect quickly stopped and looked at Gu Fei and Guling with a dumbfounded expression. "You bastards, why aren't you getting your ass over here and greeting Lord Gu Fei?" Li Xiantian was so angry that black lines appeared on his head when he saw his subordinates holding weapons in their hands. "What Gu? Lord Gu Fei?" The dozens of experts from the Mysterious Heaven sect were scared out of their wits. Some of them almost fell from the sky. That black-robed young man was the famous Gu Fei? Greetings, Lord Gu Fei. The dozens of experts from the Mysterious Heaven sect quickly put away the weapons in their hands and lay down in the void. Some of them were even trembling, afraid that Gu Fei would kill them in a fit of rage. To the peerless, ferocious Gu Fei, killing them was as easy as lifting a finger. Gu Fei ignored them and disappeared into the void with his daughter. Even Li Xiantian did not see how they left. Li Xiantian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Gu Fei leave. He was so afraid that Gu Fei would destroy them that he had been feeling uneasy. Is that really Gu Fei? Many people had doubts, but they did not dare to say anything. The sudden return of Gu Fei and Guling made the Iron-Blood Taoist and Zhuge Liang overjoyed. At this time, the eastern region of the heavenly realm was in turmoil. The Hades sect had been breached, and the netherworld Demoness was nowhere to be found. The dragon clan's encampment in the eastern region, the place where Eastern Sky Emperor Xian used to live, was now in ruins. Boom! Bam! 2 silhouettes fought endlessly in the ruins. Violent energy fluctuations spread out, causing the entire region to tremble. "Who the hell are you?" A young expert in battle armor waved the black stick in his hand and smashed a man in black into the air. The black-clothed man borrowed the force of the young expert's smash and turned into a black light, directly rushing into the distance at an extremely fast speed. This young expert was Shaoqing. "Where are you going?" Shaoqing roared and chased after the black light, disappearing in an instant. A mysterious force broke through the ancestral land of the Hades sect and destroyed all the strongholds of the Dragon clan in the eastern region. The Dragon clan suffered countless casualties. This made the old tortoise furious, and he sent Shaoqing to investigate, who knew that as soon as Shaoqing arrived, he would be attacked. At this time, the ancestral land of the Dragon clan was also attacked. A guy who claimed to be a descendant of the heavenly demon was attacking, which made the old tortoise very angry. The current situation in the heavenly realm was very complicated. In the eastern region, there was a dangerous place that no one dared to set foot in. That was the palace of the moon deities, the current extreme land of the moon deities. The extreme land of the moon deities was also in the eastern region. It was a dead place where no living being could come out after entering. There were mountains of corpses and bones. Over the years, countless living beings had fallen there. Even the old tortoise was very wary of the extreme land of the moon deities and was unwilling to set foot in it. At this time, Gu Fei and Gu Ling had already arrived at the sky market in the central region of the ancestral star. In front of them was the path to heaven. In the past, the appearance of the path to heaven allowed Gu Fei, Shaoqing, and the others to ascend to the sky and enter the heavenly realm. It's Gu Fei. Has he really returned? Around the path to heaven, some experts of the older generation suddenly changed their expressions when they saw Gu Fei. Halt! Halt! I'm talking about you. Don't go around looking at me. Just as Gu Fei and Gu Ling arrived in front of the path to heaven and were about to step on it, a voice suddenly sounded. Then, two cultivators and Gu Fei's group stopped them. These two fellas! Seeing the scene, the surrounding experts of the older generation all turned pale with fright. Chapter 4291. Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star Central Region, Sky Market. Before the ancient path to heaven, two green-robed cultivators blocked Gu Fei and Gu Ling, who were about to enter the path to heaven. These two guys are too amazing. They actually dared to block this malefic star. They are simply courting death. Who are those two guys? Didn't you see what they were wearing? Other than the Qin clan, whose disciple is so amazing. The surrounding older cultivators pointed at them from afar. They recognized Gu Fei, but the two green-robed cultivators who blocked Gu Fei and his daughter had no idea who Gu Fei was. You want to go to the heaven realm? One of the skinny cultivators sized Gu Ling up and said, Of course. Gu Ling really hated this guy's gaze. What did you say? That person glared and was about to fly into a rage. At this time, the refined guy beside him took a step forward. Shua! He opened his folding fan and stood in front of Gu Ling, standing between Gu Ling and his companion. Qin Feng, what are you doing? The skinny cultivator was very unhappy. The young cultivator known as Qin Feng waved the fan in his hand and said with a faint smile, Cousin, when it comes to women, especially beautiful women, we cannot forget our manners. A good dog doesn't block the way. Gu Ling was very unhappy. You. Qin Feng's expression immediately became interesting. He thought that he was trying to flirt with girls, but who knew that Gu Ling would ignore him? Haha. The guy behind Qin Feng laughed out loud. Who are you calling a dog? Qin Feng stared at Gu Ling and said agitatedly, Whoever blocks the way is a dog. Gu Ling was getting impatient. You. Qin Feng was really angry. Haha, cousin, you've suffered a setback. Not all beautiful girls like you. The Qin clan cultivator laughed loudly. Damn it. Qin Feng stared at Gu Ling, and his expression became ferocious. What are you waiting for? Do you want me to ask you to leave? Gu Ling was already very impatient. So what if I don't leave? None of you will be able to go to the heaven realm today. Qin Feng flew into a rage out of humiliation and roared at Gu Ling, that's right. This ancient road to heaven ascension will be guarded by my Qin clan. The skinny cultivator sneered. Qin clan? Gu Fei could not help but frown. He had some friendly relations with Qin Huang of the Qin clan. Otherwise, these two fellows who were blocking his path would have been slapped to death by him. So what if you are from the Qin clan? Even the princess of the Qin clan has to be polite to us. Who do you think you are? Gu Ling calmly spoke. What are you two boasting about? Is my clan's princess someone you can talk about? This time, Qin Feng was completely enraged. Humph! Do you think the two of you are qualified to see Her Highness?" the skinny guy said in disdain. Gu Fei and Gu Ling looked too young, and their auras were not very strong. Qin Feng and the rest did not put them in their eyes at all. "Which faction is this little guy from? How dare you be so impudent here?" At this time a fat man walked out. This guy seemed to have just woken up and was rubbing his eyes. "Martial uncle, you came at the right time. These two fellas want to barge into the ancient road to heaven." Qin Feng quickly said, "What? This old man has been guarding the ancient road to heaven for 10 years. No one has ever dared to be impudent here. I want to see who is so daring." The fat man roared as he walked over. Oh my God!" The fat man staggered and almost fell. "Martial uncle, you," Qin Feng and another disciple of the Qin clan quickly went up to support the fat man. This. The fat man's face was pale and his forehead was covered with sweat. He was trembling and could not say a word. "Martial uncle, what's wrong?" Seeing that the fat man seemed to have suffered a great shock, Qin Feng and the rest were stunned. Lord Guling, why are you back?" When the fat man said this sentence with difficulty, he almost fell to the ground. "I didn't expect it to be you. It seems like the lesson from back then did not leave a deep impression on you." Gu Ling looked at the fat man with a smile that was not a smile. Back then, when Gu Ling and the rest stepped onto the ancient road to heaven, it was this fat man who came out to block their path. Who would have thought that after returning to the Tonglong continent, they would meet this guy at the entrance of the ancient road to heaven again? This, you two bastards!" The fatty directly slapped Qin Feng and his cousin, who were standing there in a daze, and sent them flying. "Martial uncle, why did you hit us?" Qin Feng and his cousin's faces immediately swelled up. Qin Feng opened his mouth and spat out a few teeth. The fat man did not hold back at all. He was afraid that he did not hit them hard enough. "You two bastards, I was killed by you, and you still want to come over and kowtow to Lord Gu Ling and apologize?" The fat man roared. This Gu Ling was not someone who could be offended. Even if the princess was here, she would not be able to protect them. The fat man had never seen Gu Fei before. He did not know that Gu Fei was in existence even more powerful than Gu Ling. This Qin Feng and his cousin were dumbfounded. They were asked to kowtow and apologize to these two guys who were younger than them. They were stunned and did not know what to do. Bastards! The fat man took a big step forward and kicked the two of them, causing them to fall to the ground. "Let's go!" Gu Fei, who had been watching coldly from the side, suddenly said, to him, these two fellas were just like ants. There was no need to pay attention to them. These two fellas do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. They have offended Lord Gu Ling. I hope that Lord Gu Ling will not be angry. The fat man's voice was still trembling. Gu Ling did not care about the fat man at all. He directly followed behind Gu Fei and walked towards the ancient road to heaven. At this moment, no one dared to stop Gu Fei and the others. Those experts of the older generation were watching from afar. When they saw Gu Fei and the others' figures disappear from the ancient road to heaven, they all heaved a sigh of relief. The fat man was paralyzed on the ground. He knew that his life was in the hands of the other party. Actually, Gu Fei had some friendship with Qin Huang and Princess Qin Yao. As long as these fellows from the Qin clan did not go too far, he would not be calculative with them. The news of Gu Fei's appearance in the sky market spread and shocked everyone. Many forces sent their old ancestor-level existences to the sky market. However, at this moment, Gu Fei and Gu Ling had already ascended to the sky. Outside the ancient road to heaven in the heaven world, battle cries shook the sky. When Gu Fei and Gu Ling arrived, they saw countless cultivators fighting each other. What's going on? Gu Fei saw this scene and couldn't help but frown. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound was heard. Someone shot an arrow at Gu Fei and Gu Ling at the same time. The arrow light was incomparably dazzling, piercing through the void. Presumptuous! Guling directly punched out, and the two divine arrows shattered in the void. Demon race. The one fighting was actually the demon race of the heaven world. The demon race of the heaven world was actually a force under the old turtle. The dragon race was also a part of the demon race. On the other side was the human race. To be more precise, it was the human race of a certain force, not the entire human race of the heaven world. Yuan Gu and the descendants of the heaven demon were up to something. Gu Fei had many enemies in the heaven world. Not to mention Yuan Gu, the descendants of the heaven demon were still in the heaven world looking for trouble with the old turtle from time to time. There was also the 100,000 Demon Mountain, the South Mountain God Emperor, the Tianpeng race, the Zhou clan, the Li clan, the Zhao clan, and the mysterious Undying Mountain lineage. These forces more or less had some grievances with Gu Fei. Moreover, those supreme existences that entered the heaven world back then had yet to appear. No one knew what they were doing. The clone of the ancient Buddhist lord, the peerless Xian Huang's bone body. These were already invincible existences in the past. Back then, Gu Fei could only look up to these people. Even he didn't believe that he could surpass these existences. Is that Lord Gu Fei? At that moment, there was a cry of surprise. The next moment, a figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Gu Fei. This person was tall and had 3 heads and 6 arms. Each of his arms was holding a powerful Dao weapon. Gu Fei didn't know this guy at all. This guy's demonic aura soared into the sky, so he was naturally a big demon. Fei Lian of the Dragon, Lord greets, Lord Gu Fei. The person hurriedly bowed to Gu Fei. The Dragon Lord was the old turtle, and this Fei Lian was the old turtle's subordinate. What happened? Gu Fei asked in a deep voice. Lord, these people are the remnants of the Yuan dynasty. Fei Lian hurriedly said, I see. Gu Fei nodded. Although Yuan Gu's real body didn't appear, his clones were everywhere. Soon, the demons gained the upper hand. There were many powerhouses among the remnants of the Yuan dynasty, but the demons were even stronger. At that moment, a black hole suddenly descended from the sky and sucked in the remnants of the Yuan dynasty. Trying to jump? Gu Fei took a step with his right foot and his entire body shot up into the sky. He instantly caught up to the black hole and threw a punch. Bam! The black hole collapsed and figures fell out of the void. Some of them were directly shattered in the void, their bodies and souls destroyed. A moment later, Gu Fei's right hand shook. Countless remnants of the Yuan dynasty that had fallen out of the black hole immediately exploded into clouds of blood mist, their bodies and souls destroyed. Gu Fei, just you wait. I'm not done with you. A spiritual consciousness came out of the shattered void. Yuan Gu, come out and fight if you have the guts. Gu Fei's spiritual consciousness transmitted over. At that moment, Yuan Gu's spiritual consciousness disappeared and never appeared again. Countless powerhouses of the demon race looked at Gu Fei, dumbfounded. This person had actually destroyed the remnants of the Yuan dynasty with one move. This was a great help to them. He is Gu Fei. Someone suddenly exclaimed. No wonder Fei Lian wanted to curry favor with this black-robed young man. This black-robed young man turned out to be the brother of their dragon lord, the current peerless villain, Gu Fei. What? The other powerhouses of the demon race were shocked when they heard this. They hurriedly greeted Gu Fei. The news of Gu Fei's appearance in the heaven realm spread and shook the entire cultivation world of the heaven realm. Some people rejoiced, while others were worried. The demons in the 100,000 Devil Mountains were even more restless. They were afraid that Gu Fei would attack them. Chapter 42:92. The ancestral court of the Dragon Clan was definitely one of the best divine lands in the heaven realm. The ancestral Dragon Mountain was a divine mountain that was said to be able to reach the heavens. However, the upper half of the mountain had been chopped off by someone. It was also the location of the celestial court established by the Heaven Realm's demon clan in the distant past era. Beneath The ancestral Dragon Mountain was one of the ancestral veins of the heaven realm. With the nourishment of the ancestral veins of the earth, this divine land was definitely a cultivation land that cultivators dreamed of. This had been the location of the ancestral court of the demon clan since the distant past era. No force had ever been able to defeat the demon clan and occupy this divine land. When they were still hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the ancestral court of the demon clan, Gu Fei and Gu Ling saw the divine mountain that towered into the clouds and stretched as far as the eye could see. According to legend, the Tai Huang was born in the ancestral Dragon Mountain. The name Ancestral Dragon Mountain also got its name because the ancestral dragon was born there. Although they were still far away, Gu Fei and Gu Ling already felt a torrential and vast aura rushing towards them. The aura emitted by the primordial divine mountain in front of them affected the entire world. The divine mountain was surrounded by spiritual aura. From time to time, vague dragon shadows could be seen circling in the sky like the ancestral dragon. Under the guidance of Venerable Demon Fei Lian, Gu Fei and Gu Ling entered the territory of the demon clan's ancestral land. Soon, powerful demons who received the news came out to greet them. "Is it really, Master?" A tall figure rushed over from the distance. "Balon." Gu Fei was a little emotional when he saw that person. This person was Balon, the fire Qilin that he subdued in the virtual sky world back then. Balon had now become the old turtle's direct disciple. A powerful demonic aura emanated from his body. He was already a venerable demon. Venerable demons were exceptionally powerful. They were the most powerful beings apart from extreme supreme venerables and quasi-supreme venerables. Moreover, Balon wasn't a beginner venerable demon, but advanced venerable demon. His cultivation level was even higher than Venerable Demon Fei Lian's. "Greetings, Senior." Venerable Demon Fei Lian considered himself a junior in front of Balon. "Greetings, Master, I'm Balon." Baron ignored Fei Lian and bowed respectfully to Gu Fei. Although he was already a high and mighty demon sovereign, he still addressed Gu Fei as Master. "Where's Old Turtle? Why isn't he coming out to greet me?" Gu Fei said unhappily. It had been a long time since he had seen Old Tortoise. His brother had arrived, but Old Tortoise did not come out to greet him immediately. "Venerable Master isn't in the ancestral court right now." Venerable Master of the of clan. Clan's Venerov sect. Realm sect of ancestors of king of ancestors of sect. Clan of sect of demons. Realm to ancestors of God. Clan of sect of the descendants of world. Gu of realm. The clan dragon clan in clan. However, Gu Fei did not expect that the old tortoise's problems were not limited to the descendants of the sky demons. There were also the remnants of the primordial era, the Buddha sects, and the 100,000 demon mountains. These were the internal problems of the heaven realm and the human realm. But the invasion of the alien race was the most painful thing for the heaven realm. That was because a powerful alien race, which was equivalent to the heaven realm, had suddenly opened up the passage between the alien race and the heaven realm. I didn't expect that even the heaven realm would have traces of alien races. Gu Fei sighed. "Master went to the alien battlefield." Balon said. "Alien battlefield?" "Yes, it's not far from the southern heavenly gate." Balon explained. It turned out that many spatial cracks had appeared near the ruins of the ancient heavenly court. Gu Fei could not help but look up into the sky. The alien race from outer space had opened a crack in the space and invaded the heaven realm. The entrance to the deserted world was deep in the ruins of the ancient celestial court. However, the ruins of the ancient heavenly court were not places that could be casually entered. Moreover, there were great dangers inside, and there were even existences of the extreme laws of immortality and indestructibility. Even if a quasi-supremacy entered, there was a chance that they would die. At this time, hundreds of thousands of miles away from the ruins of the ancient heavenly court, killing intent soared into the sky. Countless alien races and countless cultivators from the heaven realm were fighting. This was a war between gods. Divine light flashed constantly, and divine blood fell from the starry sky, forming a terrible rain of blood in the heaven realm. Alien races were constantly being killed, and cultivators from the heaven realm also fell. For a moment, the two camps were locked in a fierce battle. It was not easy to determine the winner. Roar! On the battlefield, a voice roared. In the next moment, a huge seal rushed up, directly smashing towards the alien race. A terrifying and monstrous aura surged into the sky. A terrifying aura surged out from the seal, and the sky changed color. Boom! With a loud noise, the seal fell, and countless alien races were smashed into a mist of blood. Their bodies and souls were instantly destroyed, and they could not be more dead. Humph! A sneer was heard. The next moment, a saber light came from the sky and directly struck the camp of the heaven realm. Everywhere the saber light passed, countless cultivators from the heaven realm turned into a mist of blood. They were directly killed. An extreme aura spread out from the saber light. The heaven saber of the outer realm was an extreme Tao weapon from another world. Once it was used, even a prospective Supreme Master would be killed without any suspense. Kill! A tall figure called back the seal, and then charged towards the sky. Dragon Lord, where are you going? Be careful of an ambush. A purple-robed Taoist with a vast and mighty purple aura around him said to that person. This person was the Dragon Lord of the Heaven Realm, the leader of the demon race in the Heaven Realm, the first son of the Grand Emperor, Old Turtle. And the purple-robed Taoist with a vast and mighty purple aura was the Holy Lord of the Tai Ching Holy Land of the Heaven Realm, Old Ancestor Zixian. With the invasion of the alien races, the major forces of the Heaven Realm could not just stand by and watch. They had all sent out experts to participate in this battle. The Tai Ching Holy Land was a major sect in the Heaven Realm with a prospective Supreme Master. Naturally, they could not sit by and do nothing. Apart from the Holy Lord of the Tai Ching Holy Land, the Holy Lord of the mysterious Heaven Holy Land, and the Emperor of the South Mountains, Tsangshao, were also here. These were all prospective Supreme Masters, and they were extremely powerful. However, even with such powerful existences, the camp of the Heaven Realm could not completely suppress the alien races, because there were also prospective Supreme Patriarchs from the outer world. What's there to be afraid of? Can a mere little guy from the outer world kill me? With the Tai Ching seal in hand, the old turtle was not afraid of any opponent at all. He directly chased after the Dragon Lord. This guy, seeing this, the Tai Ching Holy Lord felt somewhat helpless. This Dragon Lord was the most unruly and did not listen to anyone. It seemed that other than Gu Fei back then, even his uncle could not control him. With the Tai Ching seal in hand, he can go wherever he wants. What are you worrying about? The profound Heaven Holy Lord pushed back the ancestor from the outer world who was fighting with him. Then he opened his mouth and spat out an ancient cauldron, which directly suppressed the ancestor from the outer world. The ancient cauldron emitted endless lightning, and each bolt of lightning directly tore the void between heaven and earth. The heavenly thunder cauldron of the profound Heaven Holy Land? Chapter 40, 293. When Gu Fei and his daughter arrived in the Heaven Realm, they immediately went to find the old turtle. However, the old turtle was not in the royal court. Instead, he led the experts of the Heaven Realm to the alien battlefield to resist the invading alien tribes. This time, the alien tribes were determined to enter the Heaven Realm and fight for the endless cultivation resources there. However, the forces of the Heaven Realm would not sit still. The profound Heaven Holy Land, the Tai Ching Holy Land, the 5 Emperor Xian, and the Emperor Gods of the 4 regions all came. Because of the arrival of all the experts of the demon clan, the remnants of the primordial era and the descendants of the heavenly demon had the opportunity to destroy the headquarters of the Hades sect and the demon clan in the eastern region. Although the old turtle received the news, he could not do anything else. He could only watch his subordinates being slaughtered by the remnants of the primordial era, and almost all the demon clan in the eastern region were annihilated. However, the remnants of the primordial era, were all killed by Gu Fei, who had just arrived in the heaven realm. The remnants of the primordial era could not cause trouble in the heaven realm, but the descendants of the heavenly demon could not be underestimated because they were much more powerful than the remnants of the primordial era. At this time, in the alien battlefield, the experts from the heaven realm and the alien realm were locked in a fierce battle. Rumble like a real thunder, Sacred Lord Mysterious Heaven spat out an ancient cauldron and attacked the outer sky ancestor who was retreating. Balls of lightning rushed out of the ancient cauldron and attacked the ancestral patriarch. Each ball of lightning was powerful enough to destroy a part of the void. Heavenly Thunder Cauldron, I didn't expect you to bring this treasure here. The Tai Ching Holy Lord was surprised. The Heavenly Thunder Cauldron was the treasure of the profound heaven, Holy Land. It was also an extreme Tao artifact, so it could not be used easily. The ancestral patriarch who was fighting with the profound heaven, Holy Lord, was unlucky. The Heavenly Thunder Cauldron hit him directly. In an instant, tens of thousands of lightning bolts exploded and blew the ancestral patriarch into ashes. Even the things on his body were blasted into pieces. Damn it! Seeing this, the other ancestral patriarch took out his extreme Tao artifact and attacked. Whoosh! A battle spear turned into a beam of divine light and instantly pierced the sacred leader of Mysterious Heaven. The sacred lord of Mysterious Heaven was taken aback. In the next moment, his figure instantly disappeared into the void, and he was nowhere to be seen. Boom! The battle spear directly blasted a huge hole in the place where the Mysterious Heaven, Holy Lord, was. Everyone was shocked to see the power of the spear's attack. The next moment, Sacred Lord Mysterious Heaven appeared above the head of the ancestor from beyond the heavens who suddenly attacked. Then he directly attacked. The destructive lightning from the Heaven Thunder Cauldron tore the body of the extraterrestrial great ancestor apart. Roar! The ancestor from beyond the heavens roared and shook his body. A suit of armor immediately appeared on his body and dispersed the countless lightning bolts. At that moment, the outer heavens ancestor waved his right hand, and the extreme Tao battle spear flew back into his hand. Whoosh! The outer heavens patriarch thrust his spear at sacred leader Mysterious Heaven. Clang! An ancient cauldron appeared in front of sacred leader Mysterious Heaven and blocked the attack of the ancestor from beyond the heavens. The ancestor's battle spear directly pierced the Heaven Thunder Cauldron. The ancestor from beyond the heavens was extremely powerful. He actually used the battle spear to block the Heaven Thunder Cauldron and directly collided with sacred leader Mysterious Heaven. Humph! Sacred leader Mysterious Heaven stretched out his right hand and pressed it directly on the body of the Heaven Thunder Cauldron. In the next moment, the power of 10,000 lightning erupted, and the ancestor from beyond the heavens was forced back. Die! Sacred leader Mysterious Heaven attacked again, and the two experts fought fiercely. Sacred leader Tai Ching was also fighting with another ancestor from beyond the heavens. The void between heaven and earth was shattered, and the starry sky within 1,000 miles was destroyed. In another direction, the experts from the heaven realm encountered powerful experts from beyond the heavens. This time, there were many experts from the alien races from beyond the heavens. Boom! At that moment, a loud sound was heard, and endless divine light rushed out from the depths of the starry sky. There, a terrifying killing formation was activated. A figure rushed left and right in the killing formation, but could not rush out. Dragon Lord is unlucky. The sacred leaders and ancestors from the heaven realm were all shocked. Humph, this guy is finally going to be taught a lesson, the South Mountain Divine Emperor said. The Southern Mountains God Emperor said. Old Tortoise was a very domineering fellow in the heaven realm. This guy thinks that he is invincible with the Tai Huang seal. Someone said disapprovingly, the power of the peerless killing formation was extremely terrifying. Even the ancestors from the heaven realm, who were hundreds of thousands of miles away, could feel the terrifying aura that made their hearts palpitate. This was definitely a killing formation that could kill a quasi-supreme. The human world could not have extreme power. This was the bottom line of everyone and every expert. Even the alien races from beyond the heavens were the same. As long as they dared to use the extreme power, the power of heavenly punishment would immediately come. No matter who it was impossible to use the extreme power. Preposterous! How dare you trick me? At this time, Old Tortoise was really angry. He was the ancestor who did the dirty work, and these guys dared to trick him, the ancestor. In the killing formation, there were 5 quasi-supreme attacking at the same time. The terrifying power of destruction went towards Old Turtle and destroyed the void. Buzz! The Grand Sovereign Seal hovered above the Old Tortoise's head, constantly vibrating. Waves of energy spread out, blocking the destructive force that was about to obliterate it. Boom! At that moment, 5 doctrine artifacts appeared and attacked Old Turtle at the same time. These were the doctrine artifacts of the 5 ancestors from beyond the heavens. Even though not all of them were extreme weapons, they were at least quasi-supreme ones. 5 doctrine artifacts attacked at the same time. Even extreme supremes would not dare to underestimate them, let alone quasi-supreme ones. How dare you? Let's go all out. Old Turtle was furious. He poured primordial chi into the Tai Huang seal, and in the next moment, a blurry shadow appeared on the seal. The moment the silhouette appeared, the entire world seemed to freeze. The speed of the 5 Dao artifacts that were charging towards Qin Feng slowed down as well. This is the 5 quasi-supremes in the killing formation were indescribably shocked. The aura emitted from the phantom was too terrifying. It was as if a real extreme grade supreme had appeared in the world. At that moment, a muffled sound like thunder came from the sky. The power of heavenly punishment was about to be activated. This lunatic, the 5 quasi-supreme in the killing formation, were all stunned. Is this guy going to use the power of the extreme path? That's courting death. What is the dragon lord doing? Does he want to die? On the battlefield hundreds of thousands of miles away from the killing formation, the Tai Ching sacred leader and the others were also frightened by the terrifying aura. Once the power of heavenly punishment descended, even if Old Turtle had the Tai Huang seal to protect him, he would still be destroyed by the power of heavenly punishment. He would end up in a tragic death. Chapter 40, 294. The Old Tortoise thought that he had the Tai Huang seal in his hand, so he ignored all his opponents and chased after the alien ancestor who attacked him. However, he didn't expect that these alien bastards would dare to set up a killing formation in the depths of the starry sky to lure him in. The Old Tortoise barged into the killing formation and was then trapped inside. This was a super killing formation laid out by the 5 quasi-supremes of the alien race. It could definitely kill any quasi-supremes. However, although the killing formation was powerful, the Old Tortoise lived up to his reputation. He had the Tai Huang seal to protect him. Although he couldn't break out of the killing formation, it wouldn't be easy for the 5 quasi-supremes to kill him. Rumble. At this time, the Old Tortoise went all out and directly used the Tai Huang secret technique. A terrifying figure appeared from the Tai Huang seal. As soon as the figure appeared, the laws of heaven and earth were affected. With the figure as the center, the entire starry sky seemed to be frozen. A terrifying aura emanated from the figure, and it was as if time itself had stopped flowing. The Dragon Lord has really gone mad. On the battlefield hundreds of thousands of miles away, the experts of the Heaven Realm were shocked. Even the ancestors of the alien tribes were dumbfounded. Was this guy going to use the extreme path? The extreme path couldn't appear in the Heaven Realm because of the existence of the heavenly punishment. As long as the extreme path's power appeared, the heavenly punishment would come. Even a real extreme path supreme couldn't withstand the heavenly punishment. This guy is courting death. The 5 quasi-supremes in the killing formation retreated immediately. At this time, there was no need for them to do anything. The heavenly punishment would destroy this guy's body and soul. However, the moment the 5 quasi-supremes retreated, the figure in the killing formation moved. The figure stretched out his right hand, and 5 rays of divine light rushed out from his fingers, directly piercing through the 5 quasi-supremes. How is this possible? The 5 quasi-supremes of the alien race couldn't understand why the heavenly punishment didn't come and why this guy could make a move. The figures of the 5 quasi-supremes became transparent and then dissipated in the void. Their bodies and souls were directly destroyed, killing 5 quasi-supremes in one move. This kind of power directly stunned everyone. What kind of secret technique is this? How can it deceive the heavens? The Tai Ching Holy Lord was extremely shocked. Although there were sounds of thunder coming from the heaven realm, the heavenly punishment didn't come. Everyone couldn't believe that the old tortoise had mastered such a secret technique. Wasn't he invincible? The blurry figure attacked again. The super-killing formation was directly penetrated and countless formation patterns dissipated in the void. Retreat! Quick! The patriarchs of the alien races screamed and turned around to escape. The next moment, the alien races were defeated and they all rushed toward the passageway leading to the alien world. Countless different races fought to be the first, colliding with each other and trampling on each other. There was no need for the heaven realm's experts to take action. Many of these different races had already died. The tortoise killing formation was completely. The killing tortoise had formation that Huang, and the formation and tortoise formation, and the Huang and the emperor who had also disappeared from the formation. A figure holding a large seal walked out of the chaotic energy, fluctuations, step by step. The old tortoise was extremely weak, but he had to pretend to be full of energy. The thunder in the heaven realm also disappeared. The old tortoise's secret technique had a time limit. He couldn't deceive the heavens all the time. The yuan qi consumed by this secret technique was definitely not something an ordinary quasi-supremes could bear. In fact, the power that the old tortoise used just now didn't really cross the red line of the heavenly punishment. However, it had touched the red line. The heavenly punishment was about to fall, but it didn't. There was probably no one else in the heaven realm who could control the power so precisely. The ancestors from the heaven realm all looked at the old tortoise as if he was a monster. They just saw the old tortoise use the forbidden power, but the heavenly punishment didn't fall from the heaven realm. Everyone looked at the old tortoise differently. "Stop pretending, you rascal." A voice suddenly came from afar. The old tortoise staggered and almost fell from the starry sky when he heard the voice. His face instantly became extremely pale, as if all the blood in his body had been drained. At the same time, the old tortoise's powerful aura instantly weakened. The ancestors from the heaven realm were shocked to see the old tortoise in such a state. Was the old tortoise already at the end of his rope? Some of the ancestors who had a grudge against the old tortoise glared fiercely at the old tortoise. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill the old tortoise. They would take advantage of the old tortoise's extreme weakness to kill him and snatch the grand sovereign seal. Many ancestors couldn't sit still anymore. "Kill!" A heaven realm ancestor roared and directly attacked the old tortoise. A black light pierced through the old tortoise like a black lightning bolt. A powerful, quasi-supreme level energy fluctuation erupted. The old tortoise had offended many people over the years, especially when he once occupied all of the East Sky Emperor Yuan Gu's territory. He had offended all the forces in the heaven realm's eastern region. The ancestor who attacked was from the eastern region. Humph. The old tortoise looked at the great ancestor and smirked. Just as the black light was about to pierce through the old tortoise's body, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the old tortoise without any warning. That incomparably sharp black light shot onto this person's body and unexpectedly disappeared without a trace in an instant. What? The patriarch who made the move was taken aback. Then the figure pointed a finger. Uft! The patriarch who attacked the old turtle had his blood glint appear on his forehead, as if he had been pierced by an invisible force. The ancestor's eyes widened and he fell to the ground, dying with everlasting regret. He never thought that the other party would take his life with just a finger. Killing an ancestor with a flick of a finger? The Heaven Realm's ancestors were dumbfounded. They were even more shocked when they saw the person who attacked. It was a black-robed young man. Gu Fei, the Southern Mountains God Emperor, Psong Shao, exclaimed the moment he saw the black-robed young man. Gu Fei was the Southern Mountains God Emperor. With Gu Fei's support, the Southern Mountains God Emperor defeated the Southern Mountains Fire Clan and became the true overlord of the Southern Mountains. Gu Fei's grand disciple, Yin was the granddaughter of the Luoxia city lord. What? Gu Fei? He's Gu Fei. The Heaven Realm's ancestors widened their eyes and stared at Gu Fei. Gu Fei was a legend in the Heaven Realm. He came from the human realm and rose to prominence in the Heaven Realm. He broke into the moon deity's palace, fought the Eastern Sky Emperor Yuan Gu, and battled the Southern Mountains Fire Clan. His accomplishments shook the entire Heaven Realm. He entered the Forbidden Zone and killed the demon ancestors. No one could match his might. Gu Fei's fame was earned through killing. When they found out that the black-robed young man was Gu Fei, how could the Heaven Realm's ancestors not be shocked? How dare you attack my brother? You're courting death. Gu Fei glanced at the crowd. No one dared to look him in the eye, especially the ancestors who wanted to kill Old Tortoise. They were shocked and angry, but they didn't dare to offend Gu Fei. This guy was a peerless savage who would kill people at the slightest disagreement. The ancestor just now was strong, but he was killed by Gu Fei in the blink of an eye. I say, brother, can you give me a drop of the immortal herb? Old Tortoise said weakly. With the Old Tortoise's cultivation base, only the immortal miracle medicine could help him recover his vitality quickly. Ordinary divine herbs, even quasi-immortal herbs, couldn't help Old Tortoise recover quickly. You bastard! Gu Fei glanced at Old Tortoise and flipped his right hand. A small jade bottle appeared in his hand, and he threw it to Old Tortoise. Hee, brother, you're loyal. Old Tortoise took the small jade bottle and uncorked it. He raised his head and swallowed a drop of the immortal herb. Soon, an extremely strong wave of power erupted from Old Tortoise's body. In just a few breaths, Old Tortoise's sickly appearance returned to being full of vitality. What a pity! Some ancestors were reluctant. If Gu Fei hadn't appeared, Old Tortoise would have been dismembered. With Gu Fei around, who could kill Old Tortoise? Let's go back. Let's have a good gathering. Old Tortoise was in a good mood. As he spoke, he waved his sleeve and took all the people he brought with him into his sleeve. Then, Old Tortoise took out a formation plate and activated it. A spatial passage immediately appeared between heaven and earth. Old Tortoise walked into the spatial passage without hesitation and disappeared inside. Gu Fei quickly followed by Gu Ling and Balon. Gu Fei appeared on a formation platform. The people around him were gone. He was no stranger to this place. This was the place where the transmission array in the demon race's ancestral land was located. He returned to the Heaven Realm demon race's ancestral land in an instant. At this moment, he sensed the aura of his daughter, Gu Ling and Old Tortoise. They had also returned, but they appeared in different places. There were many transmission arrays in the Heaven Realm demon race's ancestral land. Swoosh! Gu Fei's figure disappeared into the void. This shocked the demon clan experts guarding the teleportation formation. In the ancestral land of the demon race, the guests and the hosts sat down in the ancestral hall. Brother, you're awesome. You've also become a quasi-supreme. Old Tortoise said in shock. If he knew that Gu Fei was once an eternal supreme who was stronger than the extreme grade realm, he would probably faint from shock. Brother, you're even more awesome. Gu Fei smiled. Uncle, you and my father are both awesome. Gu Ling suddenly said with a smile. Little girl, your tongue is smooth. Old Tortoise smiled. Even you're already a quasi-supreme. Old Tortoise was shocked. This time, I came to the Heaven Realm to undergo the heavenly tribulation. Gu Ling said, What? undergo the heavenly tribulation in the heaven realm? Chapter 4295. In the heavenly realm, the royal court, which was also the summit of Mount Zulong, Gu Fei and the old turtle were reminiscing about the past in a divine hall. The old tortoise sat on the throne in the middle of the hall. At the beginning, it was somewhat imposing, looking down on the world with disdain. But very quickly its true nature was exposed. "Little girl, let me tell you, your father and I were friends in danger. Back then, before your father reached the Tao, he broke into the killing formation of the virtual sky world. If he hadn't met me, he would have died. How could you still be here?" The old tortoise took big bites of meat and large bowls of wine, drinking happily. "TSK, keep bragging." Guling didn't believe the old turtle at all. She knew her uncle's temperament very well. "I'm not bragging. Why don't you ask your father if I'm talking nonsense?" The old turtle looked at Gu Fei and said, "N." Gu Fei nodded, then grabbed an immortal fruit and threw it into his mouth. This immortal fruit was a special product of Mount Zulong. In the entire heavenly realm, only Mount Zulong had it. According to legend, this was a spiritual root bred by the blood of the ancestral dragon. Therefore, this was the legendary semi-immortal divine medicine, ancestral dragon fruit. "Really? Father, did you really need Uncle Turtle to save you when you were trapped in the killing formation?" Guling looked at Gu Fei in surprise. In her opinion, her father was an invincible person who had never been defeated. "Do you think your father was invincible all the way until he reached the quasi-supreme level?" The old turtle said disapprovingly, "Isn't that so?" Guling said very seriously, "Let me tell you, your father was chased by people back then." The old turtle said proudly, "Really?" Guling's mouth opened wide in surprise. Gu Fei smiled but didn't say anything. "Why isn't Uncle Qing back yet?" Guling asked. "I don't know. He probably encountered something." The old turtle said, "Will he be in danger?" Guling asked worriedly. "He won't be in danger." The old turtle didn't think so. Shaoqing was his disciple, and he had the black rod in his hand, which was an extreme Tao tool. Most importantly, Old Tortoise had taught Shaoqing all the life-saving methods. Although Shaoqing was only a holy venerate, even a quasi-venerate might not be able to kill him. After eating and drinking their fill, Gu Fei and the others stayed in a pavilion that Old Tortoise had prepared for them. This time, Gu Fei did not see Old Tortoise's uncle. Some familiar faces among the demons had disappeared and were replaced by some young, unfamiliar faces. The old tortoise fought against the primordial evil remnants and the descendants of the heavenly demon. Many experts from both sides died. To the cultivation world of the heaven realm, this was a loss. To the demon clan, it was an even bigger loss. All these years, there had been lobbyists coming to mediate the conflict between the three factions, but no one had ever succeeded. The three factions were like fire and water, absolutely irreconcilable. The war between the three factions was endless. Old Tortoise did not expect Guling to undergo the tribulation in the heaven realm. After all, the heaven realm had a long history. Many people had achieved the Tao in the heaven realm, and the imprints of the great Tao left behind were not easy to deal with. In fact, Old Tortoise had more or less guessed Guling's intention of undergoing the tribulation in the heaven realm. She wanted to obtain the most powerful power and the most complete Tao laws. Guling would not undergo the tribulation on Ancestor Dragon Mountain. This was the territory of the Tai Huang. Who knew what powerful tricks he had left here? The primordial star region in the depths of the starry sky was a good place to undergo the tribulation. At this time, Old Tortoise had defeated the alien races, and Guling could use this rare piece to undergo the tribulation. Old Tortoise's subordinates had found a good place. It was in primordial star region that no one had ever been to. There were huge stars hanging in the starry sky, exuding an extremely ancient aura. This was a place that even gods had never been to. A primordial star region with a primordial aura. 3 days later, Guling arrived at the primordial star region under the escort of Gu Fei, Old Tortoise, and the others. Little girl, to have me and your father protecting you. This is the good fortune that you have cultivated for several lifetimes. Old Tortoise sighed. If either of them took a step, the entire heaven realm and the human world would tremble. No one could ask them to do anything. Thank you, Uncle Tortoise. Guling looked at Old Tortoise seriously. Old Tortoise was a big shot, the leader of the dragon clan, and an existence that could do anything in the heaven realm. Old Tortoise smiled and did not say anything. Cut the crap. Let's begin. Gu Fei rushed to a huge star in the distance, landed on it, and sat cross-legged. Let's begin. Old Tortoise nodded and rushed to another huge star. Baron immediately led a group of demon race powerhouses to spread out and guard the nearby star field. This time, Guling rushed into the depths of the primordial star region, sat cross-legged in the void, and began to adjust her aura. She wanted to be in the best state. The quasi-supreme, heavenly tribulation was not a joke. Once she failed, she would die. Even Guling did not dare to be careless. Guling sat there for 3 days and 3 nights. Of course, in the primordial star region, there was no concept of days. The heavenly tribulation has not been triggered yet. Old Tortoise was a little impatient. At this time, his subordinates reported that the alien tribes had invaded the heaven realm again. This time, a terrifying giant city crossed the border and appeared directly in the alien battlefield. Kill! Countless alien tribes rushed out of the giant city and swept in all directions, causing the army of the heaven realm led by Tai Ching Sacred Master and the others to retreat. Without Old Tortoise, Tai Ching Sacred Master and the others were no match for the alien tribes. The giant city directly rushed out of the alien battlefield and landed on the heaven realm. After fighting for countless years, the alien tribes were finally descending on the heaven realm. Damn it! Old Tortoise was shocked and angry. He had never thought that the situation would become so bad in just a few days. The giant city was definitely a great killing weapon. Otherwise, it would not be able to change the situation so quickly. After all, Tai Ching Sacred Master and the South Mountain Divine Emperor were the most powerful beings in the heaven realm. The army of the heaven realm formed by them was enough to sweep the entire heaven realm and the human world. Even without Old Tortoise, they would not be defeated so quickly, unless the alien tribes use some kind of great killing weapon. Is it something like the War City on the primordial ancestral star? Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the vast star, frowned. All the powerful races on the primordial ancestral star had a War City, which was a great killing weapon with the power to destroy the world. You go, Gu Fei said. The invasion of the alien tribes was not a good thing. Once the alien races gained a firm foothold in the heaven realm, it would definitely not be an easy task to expel them. Humph! I can't change anything even if I go. Old Tortoise said, Why do you say that? Gu Fei was a little surprised. Hee. Do you think the Tai Ching Sacred Master and the others are the only ones in the heaven realm? Old Tortoise sneered. He knew very well that there were still many people who had not made a move. Gu Fei shook his head. Old Tortoise's unwillingness to suffer losses had never changed. Some people in the heaven realm were unwilling to make a move because the crisis had not really arrived. Old Tortoise was forcing them to make a move. There's a good show to watch. Balan and the others laughed. Rumble, the giant city, appeared in the sky above the heaven realm like a primordial divine mountain. A terrifying pressure spread in all directions, causing all living beings to panic and cultivators to be shocked. What's going on? Where did this divine city come from? The experts of the 5 regions of the heaven realm panicked. The aura that erupted from the divine city was so unfamiliar and incompatible with the heaven realm. It was the aura of another world. How is this possible? Tai Ching, Sacred Master, and the others are useless. They actually let the alien tribes kill their way here. Some of the big shots knew what had happened and were extremely nervous. The news of the Heaven Realm's coalition army being defeated by the alien tribes spread quickly in the Heaven Realm. The entire Heaven Realm was shocked, and the powerful forces of the 5 regions could not sit still. Only Taiching Sacred Master, Lingnan Sacred Emperor, Xiantian Sacred Master, and a few other patriarchs escaped. The rest of the patriarchs had died in battle. Kill! With a roar, countless alien races rushed out of the giant city again. Humph! Just at this moment, a cold laugh resounded, and then a stream of yellow chi shot into the sky, transforming into a giant. The giant opened its mouth and inhaled, and actually swallowed all the alien races that had just charged out of the city into its stomach. What? Seeing this scene, everyone's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Too powerful. There was actually such an expert in the Heaven Realm. It seemed that the Heaven Realm was still a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Buzz! At this moment, the huge city shook violently, and a terrifying destructive force surged out from the city, directly scattering the Xian Huang giant. The countless alien tribes that had been swallowed by the yellow giant had all turned into a bloody mist. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the giant city. Rumble! The entire giant city descended towards the Heaven Realm. The power of the giant city was so strong that the entire world was shaking. At the same time, a huge figure appeared in the sky above the giant city. A disdainful aura exploded from the figure, playing tricks. A sneer was heard. A figure appeared on the top of a nearby mountain and looked up at the giant city that was descending from the sky. Die. The figure on top of the huge city slammed his palm down on the person on top of the mountain. The person on the mountain was wearing a black cloak, and his face could not be seen clearly. However, the yellow chi that was released from his body was as vast as the ocean. Roar! A dragon's roar suddenly sounded. In the next moment, the yellow chi on his body condensed into 2 yellow dragons that soared into the sky and directly collided with the giant hand that was descending from the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the 2 yellow dragons collided with the giant hand that was descending from the sky. The 2 dragons directly broke through the giant hand and collided with the giant city in the sky. Boom! With another loud bang, the 2 Xian Huang dragons directly collided with the giant city. Chapter 4296. The heaven and earth chi surged in all directions. The mysterious expert's attack had shaken the entire divine city of the otherworld. Rumble! It was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was cracking. The entire divine city was sent flying high into the sky by the 2 dragons formed by the heaven and earth chi. Everything in their path was crushed. Who's that? I don't know. Could it be that some antique has come into being? Everyone was discussing, but no one knew who that expert was, so they were all bewildered. On top of the mountain, the peerless expert wore a cloak and hid his face. No one could see his face clearly. A peerless and tyrannical aura emanated from the mysterious expert's body, causing the heavens to change color. That's the heaven and earth yellow chi. Could it be him? When some antique experts saw the mysterious figure on top of the mountain, they couldn't help but think of one person. That person was an ancient taboo that no one was willing to mention. Is that guy really still alive? Some of the antiques' voices were trembling. At this time, far away in the depths of the starry sky, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on a large planet, suddenly felt something and turned to look at the celestial realm. That guy is still in the celestial realm? The old turtle was also surprised to sense the aura from the celestial realm. With that person taking action, I should have nothing to do with him. The old turtle heaved a sigh of relief. If the otherworldly races were to invade the celestial realm, it would be a disaster for the countless creatures in the celestial realm. At this time, Gu Fei suddenly felt a strange movement in his inner world. With a thought, he reached out and tore the void. A spatial crack appeared in the void. In the next moment, a figure walked out of the spatial crack. Why did you want to come out? When Gu Fei saw the person, he was a little surprised. He thought that it was his wife, Yen had always been aloof from worldly affairs and didn't like to fight with others. How could I not come when my daughter is undergoing tribulation? Yen, eyes plain, clothes fluttered in the wind. She had long since refined the extreme aura on her body. Now, she was like an ordinary person, calm and collected. Sister-in-law, you're early. It hasn't started yet. Old Tortoise laughed. He hadn't seen Yen for a long time. Today he saw that Yen-Er's cultivation was even higher than his, which made him extremely shocked. Actually, the old turtle did not know that this was the result of Yen eating the Supreme Dao Dan. The Supreme Dao Dan had changed Yen-Er's physique and raised her cultivation. The current Yen-Er was already a supreme existence at the peak of the quasi-supreme level. Don't lead my Ling-Er astray. Yen-Er glanced at Old Tortoise and said, Sister-in-law, I wouldn't dare. The old tortoise shrunk its neck and said, although Yen-Er had a kind temperament, even Gu Fei had to retreat once she unleashed her power, let alone Old Tortoise. Back then, Gu Fei had been a supreme existence in the eternal realm. That's great. As Yen-Er spoke, she sat down beside Gu Fei. The heaven realm is very lively now. Aren't you going to take a look? Gu Fei said to Yen-Er, not interested. Yen said indifferently, those guys used to chase after Ling. Gu Fei suddenly said, that day near the primogenitor star, Gu Ling ran into big trouble and was injured by an old ancestor of the celestial clan. Although she escaped from the primogenitor star, she encountered the alien race in the primogenitor star field. Gu Ling was injured, and she had to take care of her junior brother Zhao Hao, her disciple Yen-Er and Menglong. She was chased by the alien race all the way and had to retreat to Eastern Heaven City. Hearing this, Yen-Er's eyes suddenly lit up and she stood up. Whoever dared to touch her precious daughter would have to pay the price. Whoosh! Yen-Er took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. Her speed was extremely fast. Hey, Gu Fei, why did you deliberately send your wife away? Old Tortoise was very surprised. One should know that Yen-Er's cultivation was extremely strong, even stronger than his own. She was already a peak quasi-supreme. In the current heaven realm, unless a supreme appeared, a quasi-supreme would be invincible. How can a rainbow be seen without experiencing wind and rain? Gu Fei said with a sigh. This Old Tortoise naturally understood what Gu Fei meant. Gu Fei wanted Yen-Er to train. Rumble! At this moment, a series of thunderous sounds came from the sky. It was extremely shocking. The extremely powerful power of the heaven's retribution was quickly gathering in the clouds. It's finally starting. Old Tortoise sighed. At this time, the entire world was shrouded in the clouds. It suddenly darkened as if the night had suddenly fallen. Gu Ling finally triggered the heaven's retribution. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the huge planet, a little nervous. This was Gu Ling's quasi-supreme heaven's retribution. Even if Gu Ling was protected by the sky-blue immortal golden battle armor, she could die under the heaven's retribution if she was not careful. Under the clouds in the distance, a figure was sitting there cross-legged. Her entire body was covered in a vast and mighty fire energy. Shadows of divine phoenixes danced around her. Dazzling bolts of lightning suddenly appeared in the clouds, tearing the void between heaven and earth. The aura of the heaven's retribution spread out, but it was blocked by Old Tortoise's formation. No one in the outside world knew that someone was undergoing heaven's retribution in the primitive star field. A terrifying figure appeared in the clouds. It was an existence formed by the power of heaven's thunder. It was manifested by the mark left by the Thunder Clan's ancestor on the heavenly path. There was no suspense. Gu Ling's first heaven's retribution was the thunder's retribution. As the figure appeared, the endless power of the heaven's retribution quickly turned into the power of thunder. Endless heaven's retribution descended from the sky and ruthlessly bombarded Guling. The world was immediately filled with a destructive aura. Guling sat cross-legged under the clouds, not moving at all. He allowed the heaven's retribution to strike him. Just as Guling was undergoing heaven's retribution, the flames of war rose again in the heavenly realm. The alien races from outer space attacked and actually defeated the heavenly realm allied army. They almost completely annihilated the allied army. At this time, a mysterious expert made a move and blocked the alien race's divine city. Rumble! The huge divine city floated in the void. Powerful waves of power surged out of the divine city, causing the void around the divine city to tremble. A body of heaven and earth chi. Could he be the legendary heaven and earth chi? Someone exclaimed, "Kill!" The mysterious expert shot up into the sky from the top of the mountain and attacked the divine city in the sky. Boundless heaven and earth Xian yellow chi erupted from his body, shaking the heavens and earth. Everywhere he passed by, the void would directly shatter. A wisp of this heaven and earth chi could crush a mountain. If the human cultivator's level was not high enough, he would not be able to survive. Has he gone mad? Someone exclaimed. At this time, the mysterious expert directly attacked the divine city. The next moment, countless alien races from outer space rushed out from all over the divine city and attacked the mysterious expert with all their might. Get lost! The mysterious expert's body shook, and countless alien races that were attacking him were all sent flying. Some exploded in the air, turning into a mist of blood. How arrogant! How dare you enter the city? A figure appeared in front of the mysterious expert. Humph! The mysterious expert did not speak. He pushed off with both feet, and the green bricks on the ground immediately cracked. At the same time, he directly attacked the alien race expert. The experts who were watching the battle from afar were shocked to the extreme when they saw this scene. This guy! Even some of the old antiques expressions changed at this time, becoming incomparably serious. At this time, the alien race expert took a deep breath. His entire body actually doubled in size. Every muscle on his body was vibrating, releasing a tyrannical power. A layer of golden light appeared on the alien race expert's body, dancing on his body like a golden flame. At this time, the mysterious expert had already rushed in front of the alien race expert. Roar! Without any hesitation, the alien race expert roared and attacked with all his might, gathering all the strength in his body into a punch. Bam! A muffled sound rang out. The mysterious expert didn't dodge at all and directly collided with the foreign race expert's fist. In the next moment, the foreign race expert's entire arm exploded, and his entire body was sent flying for over 30 meters before he rolled on the ground. How is this possible? The alien race expert propped up his upper body, staring in disbelief at the mysterious expert who was walking towards him step by step. The surrounding alien race soldiers were all dumbfounded by this scene. The old ancestor of the alien race, the Deputy City Lord, had a cultivation base of the quasi-supreme realm. But with a single punch, the mysterious expert had destroyed the Deputy City Lord's right arm, seriously injuring the Deputy City Lord. All the alien race experts in the city could not believe that there was such a tyrannical existence in the Heaven Realm. This guy's strength alone was equivalent to the Heaven Realm's army. At this time, the mysterious expert came in front of the Deputy City Lord, looking down at him indifferently. You! The Deputy City Lord was terrified to the extreme, as if he had seen a ghost. That guy from the alien world is just SOSO. The mysterious expert shook his head, full of disdain. Don't be too proud. My big brother will definitely avenge me. The Deputy City Lord glared at the mysterious expert and said with gritted teeth, Are you talking about the real city, Lord of the city? I'll go and kill him right now. The mysterious expert said indifferently. What? Hearing this, the Deputy City Lord was shocked, and in his agitation he spat out a mouthful of blood. The mysterious expert did not waste any more words with the deputy city lord, and directly stepped on his head, bursting it. Roar! Just at the moment when the mysterious expert stepped on the deputy city lord's head, a furious roar came from the city lord's mansion, and a terrifying pressure spread out. Countless cultivators were almost unable to breathe under this pressure. City lord of the alien world war city, come out and die! The mysterious expert stood there with his hands behind his back, surrounded by countless people lying on the ground. These people were all killed by the mysterious expert. In the divine city, the mysterious expert had a very high prestige. At this time, a figure rushed out from the city lord's mansion, instantly appearing in front of the mysterious expert. Who do you think you are? How dare you call me out to die? Go and die. The deputy city lord roared and attacked. He stretched out his right hand, and 5 rays of divine light shot out from his fingers, piercing towards the mysterious expert. Chapter 4297. The mysterious expert was extremely powerful. He actually killed his way into the otherworld war city alone and started a massacre. In an instant, countless otherworld experts died. Even the deputy city, lord of the otherworld war city, died in the hands of this mysterious expert. In this way, the otherworld war city, lord, could only take action personally. The otherworld war city, lord, was enraged. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed at the mysterious expert. 5 sharp divine lights rushed out of his 5 fingers and pierced through the mysterious expert. The city lord of this alternate world was truly enraged. That single grab of his shattered the void. Humph! The mysterious expert sneered. He clenched his right hand and punched at the 5 divine lights. His fist was surrounded by heaven and earth divine light. The 5 beams of divine light instantly collided with the mysterious expert's fist. In the next moment, the 5 beams of divine light collapsed, and the mysterious expert's indestructible fist directly smashed towards the otherworldly city lord. This was the power of heaven and earth. It was extremely powerful. How is this possible? The otherworld war city lord was shocked. In the next moment, a divine shield appeared in front of him and blocked the attack. On the divine shield, Tao patterns were densely covered and ancient runes appeared. Dong! When the mysterious expert's fist landed on the divine shield, it was like beating a heavenly drum. A formless sound wave spread out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, ripples that could be seen with the naked eye appeared in the void. Countless otherworld experts in the otherworld war city were directly shaken by the sound wave. Those with weaker cultivations directly fell from the sky. The entire divine city shook. This was a battle between quasi-supremes. Powerful energy waves spread out from the otherworld war city. The heaven realm experts outside the city were indescribably shocked. At this moment, Kacha! Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the shield in the otherworld city, Lord's hand, as if it could collapse at any time. The otherworld war city, Lord only felt a huge force. The divine shield in his hand almost flew out of his hand. His whole body was shaken, and he staggered back. What? The city lord was shocked to the extreme. Could it be that this guy's fist was even harder than his quasi-supreme Tao artifact? That divine shield was a true quasi-supreme Tao artifact. Moreover, it was a defensive quasi-supreme Tao artifact. It was extremely hard, and ordinary quasi-supreme Tao artifacts couldn't even leave a mark on it. But now, cracks had actually appeared on his divine shield from a single punch. How was this possible? Boom! The mysterious expert punched the city, Lord's divine shield again. This time, although the otherworldly city lord was prepared, he was still forced back. He looked down and saw a fist mark on the divine shield in his hand. There were cracks all around the fist mark. The city lord found that his divine shield was about to be scrapped. Go to hell! The mysterious expert roared and punched out once more. The might of this punch shook the heavens and the earth. Spatial cracks appeared around the fist, as though it could shatter the heavens with a single punch. The otherworldly city lord was shocked and hurriedly used his divine shield to block forward. Boom! This time there was a loud sound. Then, the divine shield in the otherworldly city lord's hand instantly exploded and shattered. The fragments shot directly onto the otherworldly city lord's body, and blood instantly splattered everywhere. The otherworldly city lord was sent flying backward, directly smashing several houses. You can't even withstand a single blow, and you still dare to come to the heaven realm to behave atrociously. Are you courting death? The mysterious expert looked coldly at the otherworldly city lord. What did you say? The otherworldly city lord was furious when he heard this. His hair was disheveled, his body was stained with blood, and he was in an extremely sorry state. However, in the next moment, the otherworldly city lord's body shook, and the fragments of the divine shield that shot into his body were immediately shaken out. Then the entire divine city shook, and countless divine lights rushed towards the otherworldly city lord from all directions, instantly entering the otherworldly city lord's body. A shocking, murderous aura erupted from the otherworldly city lord's body. The otherworldly city lord's aura was soaring, and he was drawing the power of the divine city for his own use. The mysterious expert didn't stop him and allowed this guy to increase his combat strength. This was self-confidence. No matter how much you increase your combat strength, you are still no match for me. This guy, when Yen'er saw the scene from afar, she couldn't help but frown. Wasn't this guy the great ominous Xian Huang from back then? The great ominous Xian Huang had fought with other experts in the battle of the heavenly market back then, and he could contend with the clone of the ancient Buddha Lord. The clone of the ancient Buddha Lord was definitely a top existence back then. This great ominous Xian Huang was almost invincible back then. Now that so much time had passed, he should have already reconstructed the Xian Huang Dao body and cultivated a great divine ability. Otherwise, where did this guy's confidence come from? At this time, all the otherworldly foreign races in the otherworldly war city hid, and the entire war city seemed to have become an empty city all of a sudden. Clang! With a metallic clang, the otherworldly city lord stretched out his right hand, and a battle spear that was inserted in front of the city lord's mansion suddenly flew up, turned into a divine light, and fell into the otherworldly city lord's hand. The moment the battle spear entered his hand, the otherworldly city lord's aura suddenly rose to the limit. In the face of the otherworldly city lord in his strongest state, the great ominous Xian Huang didn't have any expression at all. He still stood there quietly, not making a move. Damn it! How dare you look down on me so much? The otherworldly city lord was really angry, and his eyes were red. Kill! The otherworldly city lord roared and attacked, and the battle spear in his hand directly pierced the great ominous Xian Huang. This was an attack launched by the otherworldly city lord with the power of the war city. An ordinary quasi-supreme was not his opponent at all, but the great ominous Xian Huang was not an ordinary opponent. Humph! The great ominous Xian Huang still punched out. Clang! The fist wrapped in Xian Huang chi smashed on the head of the battle spear, making a sound of metal rubbing against each other. The great ominous Xian Huang was extremely fierce. He punched out again and again, his fists constantly colliding with the battle spear. How is this possible? The otherworldly city lord was dumbfounded. This guy's physical body was too powerful. The Xian Huang Dao body really deserves its reputation. Seeing this, Yen'er also nodded secretly. The Xian Huang Dao body was definitely one of the most powerful physiques in the world. Haha, so what if I let you improve your combat power? Isn't the end result the same? The great ominous Xian Huang said while laughing. You, the otherworldly city lord, was shocked and angry. He was forced to retreat by the great ominous Xian Huang. His hands holding the battle spear were in extreme pain, and his palms were about to crack. Haha, in the end, the experts of my heaven realm are still slightly better. Who said it wasn't? How can those guys from the otherworldly world be the opponents of the experts of the heaven realm? Some of the people watching the battle around whispered. The great ominous Xian Huang made his move, and his strength was extremely strong. He blocked the footsteps of the otherworldly races with his own strength. He had cultivated the Xian Huang Tao body, and the strength of his divine body was even stronger than a quasi-supreme Tao tool. His weapon was a pair of fists, a pair of invincible fists. At this time, in the otherworldly war city, the great ominous Xian Huang and the otherworldly city lord were fighting endlessly. Although the otherworldly city lord was at a disadvantage, if he wanted to kill this guy, even someone as strong as the great ominous Xian Huang could not do it. Let me send you on your way. The great ominous fist technique changed, and the next moment, the entire world's spiritual chi was driven, madly gathering towards the great ominous Xian Huang. His aura was still rising. Kill! Kill! The two great experts were fighting desperately. Countless experts of the heaven realm were shocked to see the scene. Just as the great ominous Xian Huang and the otherworldly city lord were fighting, in the depths of the starry sky, in a primitive star field, Guling triggered the heavenly tribulation. The first wave was the lightning tribulation. Moreover, it was the strongest lightning tribulation. The figure of the thunder beast ancestor directly appeared in the endless lightning, and the destructive aura that filled every inch of the void made people's hearts palpitate. However, what was shocking was that Guling did not resist the lightning tribulation and let the countless tribulation lightning strike her body. Guling sat cross-legged in the void, her whole body flashing with lightning. At this time, she had not yet used the eternal armor. Roar! A terrifying roar seemed to resound between heaven and earth, and the horrifying figure in the heavenly tribulation directly swooped down from the sky. The primordial imprint of the Thunder Clan ancestor was activated. Boom! With a loud bang, the shadow of the Thunder Beast fell from the sky and slammed hard on the ground. After half an hour, the lightning tribulation passed, but Guling could not find a place on her body that was intact. Her body was full of traces of lightning strikes. Gu Fei's aura was very weak, but she directly took out the divine medicine and ate it. Soon, her exhausted Yuan Qi recovered. What should I do? After the lightning tribulation passed, it was time for Gu Fei's fire tribulation. The fire that fell from the sky burned half of the sky red. A blurry figure faintly appeared in the fire. Kill! Guling did not hesitate and directly rushed up to kill. The two experts charged at each other. Guling clenched her 5 fingers and then punched at Gu Fei. The violent fist force exploded, causing the void to tremble. The fire tribulation was not as easy as Gu Fei had imagined. In the fire, the battle power that erupted from the shadow caused Gu Fei to suffer a huge loss. That was his own strength. It was equivalent to him fighting against himself. When cultivators cultivated, they would fight against the heavens and earth. But who would have thought that the strongest opponent in life would be themselves? At this time, 2 figures were moving quickly. There were countless heaven realm experts in the surrounding area watching the battle. Everyone looked from afar, not daring to approach. He is actually undergoing tribulation in the heaven realm. Someone exclaimed. Undergoing tribulation in the heaven realm was not a joke. Undergoing tribulation in the heaven realm was much more difficult than undergoing tribulation in other places. This was because in the heaven realm there were simply too many heaven and earth brand on the heaven Tao. At this time, Guling was fighting with the brand that Gu Fei had left on the heaven Tao. It was as if Guling was fighting with another Gu Fei. This caused her to be extremely shocked. Within the flames, the blurry silhouette displayed various battle skills. Every single one of them was extremely powerful and was not just for show. Chapter 42-98. Gu Ling's father, Gu Fei, had undergone the quasi-supreme heavenly tribulation in the heaven realm. Therefore, the heaven realm's heavenly Tao had Gu Fei's great Tao imprint. Back then, Gu Fei had been struck by lightning and burned by fire. He had experienced an unimaginable heavenly tribulation before finally becoming a quasi-supremacy. And now, on the heaven realm's heavenly Tao, Gu Fei's great Tao imprint was the strongest, because when Gu Fei transcended the tribulation, he had to defeat the great Tao imprint left behind by the predecessors. Therefore, Gu Ling had chosen to undergo his tribulation in the heaven realm. If he wanted to succeed, he had to defeat the great Tao imprint his father had left on the heavenly Tao. This was an unprecedented challenge for Gu Ling. If she failed, even with Gu Fei and the old tortoise to protect her, there was still a possibility that she would die under the divine tribulation. At this time, Gu Ling had already survived the thunder tribulation and welcomed the fire tribulation. The divine fire that descended from the sky was extremely terrifying. It directly turned into Gu Fei's appearance and fought with Gu Ling. "I say, brother, can my niece defeat you back then? You are asking too much of her." Old Tortoise looked at Gu Fei and said, "When Gu Fei underwent the heavenly tribulation, the great path imprint that he left on the heavenly path was no joke. Ever since Gu Fei passed the quasi-supreme heavenly tribulation in the heaven realm, no one had been able to successfully pass the tribulation and become a quasi-supreme. In fact, although the heavenly Tao of the human realm was damaged, cultivators in the human realm could still cultivate to the quasi-supremacy realm. In recent years, many people chose to go to the human realm to undergo their tribulations. Of course, countless cultivators in the human world and the heaven realm wanted to go to the desolate world to undergo the tribulation because it was a complete world. Most importantly, none of the creatures in the deserted world could cultivate to the extreme path. Going there to undergo the divine tribulation would result in twice the result with half the effort. However, it was not easy to enter the deserted world. At this moment, Gu Ling seemed to be fighting against another Gu Fei. "Ling wants to surpass me. This is very good." Gu Fei glanced at Gu Ling, who was undergoing tribulation, and said, Old Tortoise did not say anything after hearing that. At this moment, a terrifying heat wave spread out from the front, burning the entire world as if it was about to collapse. Bam! Boom! In the sea of fire, two figures were moving quickly. Chaotic rebellion! Gu Ling immediately used the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao. This was a supreme secret technique created by the Wushang Tao ancestor. It possessed great power. The terrifying divine fire that was burning towards Gu Ling was completely blocked by the chaotic power. It couldn't get close to him at all. Gu Ling had a fire martial body and was completely unafraid of the heavenly tribulation's fire elemental power. However, in the next moment, the blurry figure also used one of the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao, the Soul Snatch. He wanted to destroy Gu Ling's nascent spirit. What? Seeing this, Gu Ling was shocked. What her father had said was true. Was this a phantom formed by the power of the great Tao that her father had left in the way of the heavens? At this time, there was no time for Gu Ling to think too much. She immediately used the secret art of none. The mighty soul snatch was instantly obliterated by the power of the secret art of none. In the next moment, the phantom used the secret art of 3 purities with 1 breath. The blurry figure suddenly split into 3. The 3 blurry figures charged at Gu Ling. Come at me! Gu Ling shouted. With a sway of her body, 2 more Gu Lings suddenly appeared in the sky. The 3 Gu Lings blocked the 3 blurry figures. The battle was extremely intense. The blurry figure used all of the combat techniques that Gu Fei was proficient in. Bam! With a muffled sound, Gu Ling was sent flying. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Die! Gu Ling roared and charged back. Violent waves of power surged in all directions, causing the world to tremble. The mark that Gu Fei had left in the way of the heavens was very strong. It kept blasting Gu Ling away. However, Gu Ling was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. She charged back again and again. She was carefully observing this Gu Fei. To some extent, this Gu Fei also had shortcomings. Around half an hour later, Gu Ling suddenly attacked with all her strength. She pointed a finger at the forehead of the blurry figure. In the next moment, the blurry figure actually exploded. Gu Ling's finger exploded the phantom. The endless divine fire immediately dissipated in the void. This was a Pyrrhic victory. Even though Gu Ling had defeated the blurry figure of Gu Fei, she was already half dead. She had to eat a divine medicine again to recover her strength. The fire tribulation was over. At this time, the invisible wind tribulation descended. Gu Ling and the invisible phantom, formed by the power of the wind tribulation, began to fight. Just as Gu Ling was undergoing her tribulation, a huge god city floated in the sky above the heaven realm. In the city, a terrifying aura filled the sky. The great, ominous, mysterious Yellow and the city lord were fighting desperately. Rumble, the great, ominous, mysterious Yellow's pair of fists shattered the void, constantly colliding with the battle spear in the hands of the city lord, making a harsh sound of metal colliding. The power of mysterious Yellow was extremely strong. The city lord held the battle spear tightly. Blood kept oozing out of his hands, and his palms were shattered. Near the battle city, the countless powerhouses watching the battle were inexplicably shocked. Even Yen, Er's face was a little dignified. The great, ominous, mysterious Yellow was definitely one of the most powerful existences in the world. Although it was not an extreme supreme, it was still much stronger than the vast majority of quasi-supreme beings. At this time, the city lord had already merged with the city and could summon the powerful power of the battle city at will. But so what? He still could not turn the tables and was firmly suppressed by the great, ominous, mysterious Yellow. Is this all you have? The great, ominous, mysterious Yellow said disdainfully as he attacked. The other party had already used a Tao artifact, and he had not even used the 9 heavens' mysterious yellow pagoda. The city lord was shocked and angry. If he had not merged with the battle city, he would have been killed by this guy. You what? Eat my fist. After saying that, great ominous Xian Huang threw another punch at the alien city lord. The powerful fist blast caused the surrounding void to tremble, causing dark spatial cracks to appear. The void in front of the fist directly collapsed. Seeing this, the city lord directly retreated. However, the great, ominous, mysterious Yellow's fist followed suit and instantly smashed in front of the city lord. The city lord was taken aback and only had time to block with the battle spear in his hand. The great, ominous, mysterious Yellow's fist hit the body of the battle spear. The body of the battle spear immediately bent and slammed into the city lord's chest. In the next moment, the sound of bones breaking rang out, and the city lord was sent flying backward. He could no longer hold on to the spear in his hand, and it flew out of his hand. The great, ominous, mysterious Yellow took a step forward and directly reached out to grab it. The battle spear that flew out of the city lord's hand immediately flew back to him and was caught in his hand. Shua! The great, ominous, mysterious Yellow directly threw the battle spear in his hand. The battle spear turned into a divine light and directly nailed the city lord in the air. Roar! The city lord roared angrily and pulled out the battle spear that was nailed to his body. However, at this moment, a big foot fell from the sky and fiercely stepped on his head. Then, the city lord's head exploded. Seeing the scene, everyone was shocked to the extreme. The great, ominous, mysterious Yellow was really fierce. I don't even need to take action. Yen couldn't help but mutter to herself when she saw this. She actually knew Gu Fei's intentions. Gu Fei wanted her to come out and gain experience in order to prepare for the breakthrough to the extreme realm in the future. Yen had been staying in Gu Fei's inner world and lacked the experience of fighting with others. This was definitely a fatal weakness for her. The city lord is dead? An existence of this level shouldn't die so easily. That's the great, ominous, mysterious yellow. Even if he doesn't die, he still has to die. The Heaven Realm Masters who were watching the battle near War City discussed. However, at this time, the great, ominous, mysterious yellow did not feel happy because he killed the city lord with a single stomp. Instead, his expression became more dignified. Suddenly, the entire War City shook, and a figure slowly rose from an ancient well in the middle of the divine city that seemed to be swallowing yin and yang energy. That person was the city lord of another world. As long as the city is here, you can't kill me. The city lord stared at the great, ominous, mysterious yellow and sneered. Ha ha! You're stupid enough to tell me your weakness. The great, ominous, mysterious yellow laughed. When the city lord heard this, his face suddenly became extremely ugly. If the city was here, then what if the entire War City was destroyed? Was the other-worldly city lord going to die? Humph. So what if you know? Do you really think you can destroy this divine city? The city lord said disapprovingly. Is that so? The great, ominous, mysterious yellow flipped his right hand, and an ancient pagoda immediately appeared in his hand. The ancient pagoda had 9 floors, and each floor was like a world of its own, with an incomparably vast space. This was the great, ominous, mysterious yellow's Tao artifact, the 9 heavens mysterious yellow pagoda. This pagoda was held in the hands of the great, ominous, mysterious yellow. Mysterious yellow chi lingered around the 9-story pagoda, and an obscure but powerful aura spread out from the 9 heavens mysterious yellow pagoda. The 9 heavens mysterious yellow pagoda, even in the era of the great, ominous, mysterious yellow, was a famous Tao artifact. This is the city lord instinctively sensed an extremely dangerous aura from the 9 heavens mysterious yellow pagoda. Before the city lord could react, the great, ominous, mysterious yellow had already made his move. The ancient pagoda in his hand directly soared into the sky. The next moment, OM! The ancient pagoda shook and instantly became even bigger than the immemorial God Mountain. Then it directly pressed down on the War City below. Heaven and earth mysterious yellow chi fell from the ancient pagoda, like ancestral dragons dancing in the air. Endless evil chi emerged from the 9 heavens mysterious yellow pagoda, like a terrifying beast that had been awakened from a deep sleep. At this time, the 9 heavens mysterious yellow pagoda became the only thing between heaven and earth. Countless experts were directly stunned when they saw this. Do you want to take that city into the ancient pagoda and then refine it? Yen saw this scene and muttered to herself. The great, ominous, mysterious yellows, 9 heavens mysterious yellow pagoda was an extreme Tao artifact. Once taken into the pagoda, even a real extreme Tao Supreme would not be able to come out. Chapter 40, 299. In the heavenly realm, the great ominous being Xian Huang was fighting against the otherworld city lord. This battle shocked the world and attracted the attention of countless experts. Even the old antiques of the heavenly realm, who had not shown their faces for a long time, were alarmed. There are actually such strong experts in the otherworld. Some old antiques were shocked. It should be known that the one who stopped the otherworld army in the depths of the starry sky was a quasi-supreme existence, like the Tai Ching Holy Master. However, the otherworld army still fought their way to the sky above the heavenly realm and was about to reach the ground. Such a thing had never happened in the heavenly realm before. Rumble! At this time, the 9 heavens mysterious yellow pagoda pressed down from the sky, and a terrifying, devouring power surged out from it. The entire otherworld city, Lord, shook violently. The otherworld city, Lord, was shocked to the extreme. As long as the city was intact, it was not that he could not be killed. As long as the city was intact, it did not matter even if he, the city lord, was killed. He would be reborn in the city. However, once the city was destroyed, the otherworld city, Lord, would have to die, even if he did not want to. Roar! The otherworld city lord was shocked and angry. He urged the power of the city with all his strength, wanting to rush out. His whole body seemed to be on fire. Countless Tao patterns rushed out of the entire otherworld city. The ancient Tao patterns intertwined and formed a Tao diagram. The Tao diagram stimulated the power of heaven and earth, crazily devouring the surrounding essence of heaven and earth. However, all this was in vain. The power of heaven and earth that erupted from the 9 heavens' mysterious yellow pagoda was too powerful. It seemed like even the world was about to be devoured. The entire otherworld city Lord flew towards the 9 heavens' mysterious yellow pagoda. The otherworld city Lord roared anxiously. Swish! At this time, the great ominous being Xian Huang directly rushed out of the divine city. The countless masters who were watching the battle nearby were all dumbfounded as they stared at the war city in horror. Countless cracks appeared on the otherworld city lord. Finally, the entire otherworld city collapsed in the void. Countless living beings in the city were directly killed in body and soul. The endless essence was completely devoured by the 9 heavens' mysterious yellow pagoda. This, Yen-Er, who saw the scene from afar, could not help but frown. However, everyone thought that the crisis had been resolved, but at this moment a shocking pressure suddenly erupted in the sky. Rumble! The heavens and earth trembled. After that, ancient war cities directly broke through the void and rushed out. What? The experts of the heaven realm were dumbfounded. Ancient cities appeared in the sky one after another, and terrifying energy ripples spread in all directions. Just one otherworld war city was already very difficult to deal with, but now there were actually 5 of such otherworld war city. This caused the experts of the heaven realm to be indescribably shocked. The 5 otherworld war cities were fixed high up in the sky, and no powerful beings appeared. All of the experts in the heaven realm were incomparably shocked when they saw this scene. At this time, in the depths of the heaven realm's primordial star region, Guling was fighting crazily. After the formless wind tribulation came the 5 elements tribulation. The power of the 5 elements spread out across a radius of 50,000 kilometers, and 5 supreme figures appeared in the world. Each figure represented one of the 5 elements. The 5 figures, formed by the power of the 5 elements' heavenly tribulation, charged towards Guling. Each figure was like an extreme Tao supremacy. Fists of the 5 elements, kill! Without any hesitation, Guling's battle intent surged like a rainbow. He killed until his eyes were bloodshot. The fist intent of the 5 elements burst out from his fist and directly blasted away the 5 figures that were coming at him. However, the 5 figures charged back in an instant. Boom! A figure wreathed in fiery light punched at Guling, towering divine fire filled every inch of the void, engulfing Guling in an instant. Another figure, shrouded in water vapor, pointed a finger, and a beam of divine light pierced through Guling's forehead. The other 5 elements' clones attacked as well. The violent power of the 5 elements wreaked havoc, and the void was obliterated. Cosmic disorder. Guling directly used the 9 secrets of the immortal path. She drew upon the power of the 5 elements to attack each other, while she watched from the sidelines like an outsider. What? The experts who were watching the battle nearby were all shocked when they saw this scene. Nice move. Even the old tortoise could not help but nod. The power of the heavenly tribulation was constantly being offset and obliterated. However, the heavenly tribulation was also very clever, changing according to the changes of the one undergoing it. The power of the 5 elements was fusing, and the 5 blurry figures gradually disappeared. However, an even more powerful figure was forming. 5 elements in one? Guling was taken aback. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Bam! The figure waved a hand, and Guling was sent flying. She coughed up blood in the air, having suffered a great impact. How is this possible? Guling was extremely shocked. The power of the 5 elements in one was too strong, surpassing the power of any other. The true meaning of the 5 elements was evolving. Guling sensed the true meaning of the 5 elements while fighting the 5 elements' Tao bodies, and his cultivation kept rising. Boom! The 2 fists collided with each other, causing a loud explosion. Guling was sent flying again, and her entire right arm was shaken into a mist of blood. However, in the next moment, Guling's right arm instantly reassembled and recovered. Guling's fighting spirit was unyielding, and he charged forward again, understanding and breaking through in battle. Although the power of heaven and earth was strong, the power of humans could be infinitely strong as well. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but be moved. Even if he was blasted into pieces, as long as he didn't die, he would still fight. Even if he only had 1 breath left, he would fight to the end. "That's my daughter," Gu Fei sighed. The power of the bloodline wouldn't lie. Guling was very similar to her father, Gu Fei, especially in her unyielding fighting spirit and undying will. Guling didn't know how many times she had been beaten back by the supreme figure of the 5 elements in one. In the end, she punched out, and the supreme figure was actually sent flying. The supreme 5 elements in one was finally smashed by Guling. However, an even stronger force was rapidly forming in the heavenly tribulation. This was a force that could make all those undergoing the heavenly tribulation feel despair. It was too strong. However, Guling suddenly raised her head and looked at the tribulation clouds in the sky. "Come on, let's see who's afraid of who." Guling flipped her right hand, and an ancient cauldron immediately appeared in her hand. It was the 9 Phoenix Cauldron. Guling had brought the 9 Phoenix Cauldron to undergo the heavenly tribulation. She wanted to use the power of the heavenly tribulation to completely refine the 9 Phoenix Cauldron and turn it into her own Tao artifact. Guling was very ambitious. She wanted to surpass the Gu Fei of that time. However, this was also very dangerous. If she wasn't careful, she could die and her Tao would disappear. At that moment, a figure even stronger than the 5 elements in one walked out of the tribulation clouds. The supreme aura spread in all directions, giving off an extremely dangerous aura. It was as if the entire heavenly tribulation's power was condensed on this figure. Is this the last tribulation? Gu Fei stared at the figure that walked out of the heavenly tribulation and couldn't help but frown. This last tribulation was not his own mark, but someone else's. The yin-yang Tao body, old Tortoise's expression was extremely solemn. This was a famous expert in the heaven realm. In the distant past, the yin-yang Tao body had shocked an era. Although Gu Fei also cultivated yin-yang, he was far inferior to the yin-yang Tao body. Guling's last tribulation was the yin-yang tribulation. If she could survive it, she would become a true quasi-supreme. Chapter 40, 300. In every generation of the heaven realm, there would be peerless characters born. This generation was no exception. In this generation, an invincible existence appeared in the heaven realm, Di Jiutian. The emperor of the 9 heavens had never tasted defeat. Di Jiutian was mysterious and unfathomable. No one knew where he came from or what heaven-defying background he had. However, he appeared out of nowhere and swept through the 5 regions of the heaven realm. Why almost? It was because those who fought against him had all been defeated. However, there were still many recognized experts in the heaven realm who had yet to fight. For example, the old turtle, the descendant of the heavenly demon, Yuan Hong of the golden spiritual ape, the ancient ominous Xian Huang, the clone of the ancient Buddhist lord. These people had never met Di Jiutian, let alone fought against him. As for the Qin clan's princess from the human world, the little monk Fan Xiao, He Tian, and the others, they had never fought against Di Jiutian. However, these people were absolutely powerful. Among them, there were also people who claimed to be invincible. Moreover, these were just people on the surface. No one knew how many hidden, heaven-defying existences there were. At this time, in the depths of the heaven realm's starry sky, a destructive aura spread in all directions. The tribulation clouds covered the entire starry sky. A figure stood under the tribulation. his white robe fluttering in the wind. He looked extraordinary and refined. Facing the powerful tribulation, he was calm. At this time, the tribulation clouds that covered the starry sky suddenly rolled violently and then retreated like a tide. The monstrous, destructive aura also subsided and weakened. Soon, the huge tribulation clouds disappeared completely, and a powerful figure appeared in the starry sky. Rumble! The figure was too terrifying. Just by standing there quietly, the entire starry sky shook. The experts watching Gu Ling's tribulation from afar were indescribably shocked. Oh no! The old turtle suddenly stood up, looking a little nervous. Only Gu Fei remained calm. He was still sitting cross-legged on the starry sky. However, his eyes suddenly lit up when he looked at the mysterious figure. Yin Yang Great Tao, Yin Yang Supreme? Gu Fei uttered such words. He had once undergone the quasi-supreme heavenly tribulation in the heavenly realm, but at that time he wasn't the strongest. Moreover, the great Tao imprint that was triggered during the heavenly tribulation was also determined by the cultivation of the person undergoing the heavenly tribulation. At this time, Gu Ling's cultivation had already surpassed that of Gu Fei in the past. Naturally, the imprint of the great Tao that she had triggered was the strongest. In the heaven realm, the master of Yin Yang was an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Grand Emperor and other supreme experts. She didn't trigger the Tai Huang's great Tao imprint, but she did trigger the great Tao imprint of the paragon of Yin Yang. Boom! At this time that figure moved, even though he only had the cultivation of a quasi-supreme being. In the next instant, the entire primordial starry sky exploded, turning into primal chaos. The terrifying primal chaos energy engulfed Gu Ling. When Balan and the others saw this, they were shocked. The moment that figure made a move, it shattered the heavens and cracked the earth. In front of such power, they were simply ants. At this time, the void shattered and the vast primal chaos raged. Two figures fought in the primal chaos, and even the primal chaos was torn apart. However, not many people could see the scene. The primal chaos isolated all auras. Even holy venerables, like Balan, couldn't see into the depths of the primal chaos. Only quasi-supreme beings could see the battle in the primal chaos. That yin-yang Tao body had absorbed the energy of the entire heavenly tribulation. At this moment, it was definitely the strongest. Even when Gu Fei became a quasi-supreme being back then, he was only at this level. To think that Gu Ling could fight the yin-yang Tao body endlessly. Even Gu Fei was a little surprised by this battle strength. Gu Fei wasn't worried that his daughter would fall in the heavenly tribulation. One had to know that his daughter was wearing the sky-blue, immortal gold battle armor. Even though it couldn't block the heavenly tribulation for his daughter, it could still protect his daughter's primordial spirit from being destroyed. As long as her primordial spirit wasn't destroyed, there was still hope. At this time in the primal chaos, Gu Ling was facing the strongest opponent she had ever faced. She no longer held back and attacked with all her might. The 9 phoenix cauldron blasted towards the yin-yang Tao body. 9 divine phoenixes rushed out from the 9 phoenix cauldron. The divine fire that spread from the 9 divine phoenixes burned the surrounding primal chaos to ashes. Clang! With a deafening sound, the yin-yang Tao body sent the 9 phoenix cauldron flying with a single punch. The 9 divine phoenixes wailed and dissipated in the void at the same time. What? Gu Ling was shocked. The 9 phoenix cauldron was the ultimate treasure of the extreme Tao sect. How could it be sent flying by a single punch from this guy? The power that erupted from the yin-yang Tao body's punch was unyielding and pure, as though it could destroy everything. This was the yang Tao of the yin-yang Tao body. It was extremely powerful. 5 elements into yin-yang. Gu Ling roared. The power of the 5 elements rushed out from her body and turned into 5 great Tao bodies. In the next moment, the 5 Tao bodies rushed back into her body. Boom! With a loud sound, Gu Ling's entire body exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Only a battle armor was left floating in the blood mist. A mass of 5 elements, divine light, intertwined and collided with each other. What? She blew up her Tao body? Seeing this scene, Old Tortoise almost fell from the sky. Even Gu Fei was shocked. This was the path that Gu Fei had taken before. 5 elements into yin-yang. Once she succeeded, Gu Ling's battle prowess would increase by at least 10 times. If Gu Fei used this mystique, his battle prowess would increase by 100 times, and he would be able to kill all his opponents. What's going on? At this moment, Yan Er and Shaoqing had already arrived nearby. Yan Er's gaze pierced through the primal chaos and saw the scene of Gu Ling's 5 elements merging and exploding her Tao body. This is too dangerous. Yan Er went straight to the planet where Gu Fei was. The more dangerous it is, the more power one can obtain. Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Yan Er did not speak, but she was still nervous. After all, this was her precious daughter. If there was anyone in this world that could make her nervous, it would be Gu Fei and Gu Ling, because only these 2 people were the people that Yan Er cared about the most. At this time in the primal chaos, the yin-yang Tao body did not attack and allowed Gu Ling to reform her Tao body. Even if it was a Tao mark, it had a prideful side. The Tao mark left behind by the yin-yang Tao body naturally carried some pride and allowed Gu Ling to increase her cultivation. Boom! Another loud sound. The power of the 5 elements finally merged successfully, and a powerful figure appeared in the void. The sky blue immortal gold battle armor flew towards Gu Ling and automatically put it on. In the next moment, Gu Ling turned into a goddess of war who dared to fight the heavens and earth. Gu Ling waved her right hand, and the 9 phoenix cauldron that had been sent flying by the yin-yang Tao body broke through the primal chaos and flew into her hand. On the body of the cauldron there was a fist mark. Good heavens! Gu Ling was shocked. The yin-yang Tao body was incredible. It could leave a fist mark on the 9 phoenix cauldron. This was not something that an ordinary quasi-supreme could do. Boom! Suddenly, the primal chaos in front of Gu Ling exploded, and a dazzling golden fist smashed towards her. Humph! Gu Ling's lips curled up, and she also punched towards the incoming fist. Bam! The 2 fists collided in an instant. In the next moment, a violent force erupted from the bodies of the 2 powerhouses. The surrounding chaotic qi was immediately dispersed, like a whirlwind. What? Outside the primal chaos, the old tortoise was shocked to see that Gu Ling had become so powerful after reforming her Tao body. I say, brother, this mystique of yours is incredible. The old tortoise said to Gu Fei. He and Gu Fei were on different planets, but they could clearly hear each other's words. It's all right. Gu Fei said indifferently. How about teaching me? The old tortoise said, Sure. Gu Fei smiled and pointed with his finger. A ray of divine light rushed out from his fingertip and entered the space between old tortoise's eyebrows. Not bad, not bad. Haha, with this mystique, I can beat up that little baldy Fanshio next time. In addition to the descendants of the sky demon and the remnants of the ancient era, the old tortoise's opponents were the Buddhists in both the human realm and the heavenly realm. In particular, the little monk Fanshio had been very active all these years. He had appeared on various ancestral planets and had even come to the heavenly realm. Old Tortoise wanted to stop Fanshio, but Fanshio was very cunning. Old Tortoise did not stop Fanshio and let him escape. In the heavenly realm, the old tortoise was the most powerful existence. The heavenly realm could be said to be the old tortoise's territory. If Fanshio dared to come to the heavenly realm, the old tortoise would teach him a lesson. It's about to end. Gu Fei suddenly said with a smile on his face. His daughter's strength had exceeded his expectations. At this moment, a figure dissipated in the void from the chaos. At the same time, a figure walked out of the chaos. She was wearing battle armor and holding an ancient cauldron. She stepped on the sky, and an extreme aura was faintly discernible from her body. At this moment, in the heavenly realm, 5 ancient cities floated in the sky, suppressing all directions. A terrifying aura surged from the 5 ancient cities. All living beings within a radius of thousands of miles were extremely terrified. The 5 ancient cities suppressed countless living beings in the heavenly realm to the point that they could not even lift their heads. At this moment, experts had gathered on the ground. The experts of the major forces in the heavenly realm had all arrived. Countless armies had gathered, but the surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. Even the fiercest wild beasts were lying on the ground, trembling. Outrageous. What are these fellows from the other world trying to do? Tai Ching, sacred leader, said hatefully. He had been chased by those fellows from the other world that day. These days, Tai Ching's sacred leader had long wanted to get back at them. I say, Tai Ching, why are you in such a hurry? Sacred leader, mysterious heaven, appeared beside Tai Ching, sacred leader. Don't you want revenge? Tai Ching's sacred leader said angrily. Yes, very much, very much. Sacred leader, mysterious heaven's eyes were filled with ferocity. Isn't it done? Tai Ching, sacred leader, glanced at sacred leader, mysterious heaven, and said, Those fellows are not doing anything. Could it be that they are planning something? Someone said something like that. Just when everyone was staring at the 5 ancient cities in the sky, the 5 ancestral cities moved. The 5 ancient cities directly suppressed the army of the heavenly realm from the sky. Chapter 43:01. 5 otherworldly ancient cities descended from the sky and pressed down on the heavenly world. Their terrifying might shook the heavens and earth. Each of the 5 otherworldly ancient cities had an ancient altar. Above the altar, countless Tao patterns rushed out. The tens of thousands of Tao patterns seemed to have materialized, exuding an ancient aura. Every Tao pattern blossomed with a bright brilliance, exuding a vast and unfathomable power. The otherworldly war city was definitely a great killing weapon. Under the control of a quasi-sovereign expert, it displayed great power. The whole world was sealed. The otherworldly people wanted to eliminate the heavenly world army in one go. Kill! The Heaven Realm Army set up an unparalleled battle formation. As roars sounded out from the killing formation, a terrifying power quickly condensed. The power of the Western battle formation condensed into a Buddha figure. The Buddha figure was like a towering giant. It directly slammed its palm towards the 5 war cities in the sky. At this time in the otherworldly war city, the 5 city lords each climbed up the ancient altar in the city. They seemed to have merged with the war city. An enraged roar came from the otherworld war city that was suppressing the West. A battle spear flew out from the otherworld war city and directly pierced through the hand of the heavenly Buddha, directly shattering the Buddha's shadow. After shattering the Buddha's body, the spear that flew out from the otherworld battle city also dissipated into the void, disappearing without a trace. At this time, the divine ability of the Western battle formation was broken. Every Buddhist soldier in the Western battle formation suffered a great impact and coughed up a mouthful of blood. So powerful! The other heavenly world experts were shocked seeing this. Ants of the heavenly world, as long as you obediently surrender, we will spare your lives. An ancient and merciless voice rang out from the center of the city. What, you said we are ants? Everyone was furious. However, the 5 city lords stood on the altar and merged with the war city. Through the ancient divine formation on the altar, they communicated with the heaven and earth, drawing in endless heaven-earth essence. This was equivalent to borrowing the power of heaven and earth to kill the enemy. You guys, do you think I am invisible? The great Omen Xian Huang raised his head and looked at the 5 otherworldly war cities in disdain. Your opponent is me. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield without any warning. You. Xian Huang couldn't help but frown when he saw this person. He flipped his right hand, and the ninth heaven mysterious yellow pagoda appeared in his hand. An extremely violent force erupted from the body of the great ominous being, Xian Huang. The otherworldly expert was greatly alarmed. He turned into a beam of divine light and retreated. The great omen of the ages, Xian Huang, was incomparably powerful and directly chased after him. At this time, several powerful figures rushed out from the 5 otherworld war cities. Without any suspense, the 3 otherworldly experts were blocked by the heaven realm experts. The middle-aged scholar, the old Taoist priest, and the grand pure sacred leader all suppressed their opponents and gained the upper hand. Among the 3 otherworld experts, only a pale-faced youth fought against the grand pure sacred leader. The grand pure sacred leader was constantly sent flying and looked rather pathetic. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the sound of war drums rang out between heaven and earth, and a peerlessly powerful figure appeared on the horizon. This person beat the war drums, and the sound of the drums spread throughout the 3 realms and 6 paths. It was the sky-shaking drum. The sound of the war drums shook heaven and earth, and the sound of the drums contained great power. Every time it sounded, the 5 otherworld war cities seemed to be struck by lightning. The 5 city lords in the otherworld war cities were all shaken by the sound of the sky-shaking drum. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. "Ah, I didn't expect it to be you, Yuan Tianzong. You didn't fall," an old voice suddenly sounded. The person who beat the sky-shaking drum was Ghost Emperor Fengdu, the ancient ancestor of war, Yuan Tianzong. In the ancient times, there were many experts. Those who possessed great divine abilities and magical powers were as common as carps in a river. However, those who could be addressed as ancestor were all extremely talented. They cultivated great divine abilities and magical powers and stood at the pinnacle of all experts. Ghost Emperor Fengdu had a great background. He wasn't like the old turtle who was trapped in a dangerous formation and sealed in the virtual sky world. So he didn't experience the great changes of the distant past era. But Ghost Emperor Fengdu, Yuan Tianzong, was in existence who experienced that turmoil and didn't die in hundreds of battles. Even if his physical body turned into dust, a wisp of his soul remained. Since the foundation of the Great Path was destroyed, Yuan Tianzong took another path and created the path of ghost cultivation. He walked on the supreme ghost path, condensed the extreme Yin true body, rebuilt the foundation of the Great Path, and became immortal. It had to be said that whether it was in the great era of the distant past era or in the current tongue-long continent, Ghost Emperor Fengdu was a person who stood at the peak of the world. Such a person, no matter what kind of cultivation technique they practiced, would have great achievements if they walked on the path of the strong. They weren't nameless people. Boom, 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 boom. Beat the war drums. Repair my armor. Advance with indomitable will. An ancient war song came from Ghost Emperor Fengdu's netherworld realm. The solemn and stirring song spread all over the world, making everyone have the urge to cry. A fierce, murderous aura spread out from Ghost Emperor Plentiful Du's inner world, spreading between heaven and earth. A part of the netherworld realm shook violently, and illusory, ghostly shadows loomed in that world. Countless figures that resembled black smoke appeared behind Ghost Emperor Fengdu. The entire netherworld realm was filled with ghostly energy and murderous aura, making everyone feel extremely heavy. This was the army of the ghost race, the undying souls of Ghost Emperor Fengdu. Although Ghost Emperor Fengdu was a powerhouse of the human world, in this era the heavenly path had been reopened, and there was no distinction between the heavenly world and the mortal world. The powerhouses of the human world naturally couldn't sit idly by when the powerhouses of another world invaded. Roar! It's just a group of wandering ghosts. What can they do to me? The old voice sounded again. At the same time, a demonic shadow shattered the void and appeared on the battlefield. A huge demonic power, as vast as the sea, surged out of the demonic body. Endless, sky-burning, demonic fire burned in defiance of the sky, and the demonic fire soared into the sky. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. No one thought that a great demon would suddenly jump out. Terrifying demonic energy burst out of that terrifying demonic body. Not only did it resist the power of the netherworld realm that was shrouding the area, but it also resisted the terrifying killing power of the sound emitted by the heaven-shaking drum. I want to unify the 3 realms and the 6 paths. The old demon roared and waved his hands. Demonic patterns that emitted endless demonic aura emerged on his body. Then they rushed out of his body and entered the battlefield of the 5 different worlds. In the next moment, the huge power contained in the 5 war cities was mobilized by the great demon and turned into his own. All of this, it turns out that the demons are playing tricks again. Someone said hatefully, "Otherworldly demon? I didn't expect you to still be alive." Ghost Emperor Fengdu saw through the origin of this great demon. At this time, a strange blood-colored star appeared in the sky. Even in the daytime, it bloomed with bright blood-colored starlight. "That's the 10 absolute demon star. What do you want?" Ghost Emperor Fengdu stopped and roared at the great demon. "I want to turn this world into a demonic domain. Let's see who can stop me." The otherworldly demon shouted loudly. 2 pitch-black demonic lights shot out from its eyes, as if it could penetrate the void. The blood-colored star in the sky trembled as if it was summoned by the otherworldly demon. It actually descended from the sky. "Oh no, the 10 absolute demon star falling to the ground. The world will be destroyed." Gu Fei had just arrived and saw this scene. He was really shocked. Buzz. At this time, the void trembled, and a Tao diagram rushed out from Gu Fei's body. It was the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram. It stopped above his head, and endless Yin and Yang power spread out, trying to block the descending demon star. "Power! Power! I want power!" Gu Fei was shouting. The boundless divine power from the Yin-Yang divine diagram was being refined into his body in a steady stream. At this time, the heaven realm had reached a critical moment of life and death. Dong! Ghost Emperor Fengdu beat the war drum again. The sound of the drum caused everyone's blood to boil and their fighting spirit to the extreme. The otherworldly demon Lord summoned the 10 absolute demon star. The demon star emitted endless bloody demonic light, illuminating the world in blood red. Under the illumination of the bloody demonic light, the vitality of all things in the world was rapidly lost, devoured by the terrifying demonic power. At this time, it was no longer a battle between the otherworldly races and the heaven realm. Instead, the otherworldly demons directly jumped from behind the scenes to the front. The otherworldly world had probably become a world of demons. At this time, the world trembled, and the demonic energy was vast. The 5 great cities attracted endless power for the otherworldly demon lord. Everyone felt a fear from the depths of their soul, shrouding their hearts. The demon star shone in the sky. The countless demonic soldiers in the 5 great cities seemed to be injected with endless power, becoming even more crazy, fierce, and brutal. Bang! 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 At this moment, an aura so powerful that it caused everyone to tremble surged over from the north. Following that, a series of heavy footsteps was heard by the crowd. Every time the footsteps rang out, the ground would tremble. All of the cultivators were incomparably shocked. Another unimaginably powerful figure had arrived. Then a towering figure appeared in the northern mountains. Like an ancient giant, the sky above his head and the earth below his feet, he strode towards the battlefield. This was an incomparably shocking scene. The earth trembled violently with each step the giant took. The tallest snowy mountain in the north only reached the giant's waist. It was hard to imagine how huge this person was. The giant waved his hand again and again. Countless demonic soldiers shattered under his palm, instantly turning into clouds of blood mist. drifting between the heaven and earth. Even the few demon generals leading the way were torn apart by the giant. They exploded and their souls were scattered. That is, the giant tribe of the heaven realm. Wasn't this tribe already extinct? Chapter 4302. The demons from beyond the heavens pushed for this war between the alien races and heaven realm from behind the scenes. This battle even alarmed a few great experts of the human realm. Even Ghost Emperor Fengdu, who hadn't shown his face for a long time, came. The sound of drums shook the sky. The experts of the heaven realm and the human realm were all fired up, and their battle intent was like a rainbow. 5 otherworld war cities descended from the sky, directly pressing down on the heaven realm. The 5 otherworld war cities formed a peerless killing formation, obliterating the armies of the heaven realm and the human realm. A terrifying destructive power filled every inch of the void. Where the killing formation formed by the 5 otherworld war cities enveloped, the void directly shattered and was directly obliterated. At the same time, the heavenly demon lord actually attracted the legendary 10 extinction demon star. It was a terrifying star that condensed endless demonic energy. Once this demon star fell on heaven realm, the 5 heavens of heaven realm would definitely be destroyed. The entire heaven realm would turn into a demonic domain, and millions of lives would be lost. Rumble! The terrifying blood-red star descended from the sky, causing the entire starry sky to tremble. Wherever the 10 extinction demon star passed, countless stars collapsed, and the power of the stars was devoured by the demon star. The demonic energy that erupted from the 10 extinction demon star became stronger and stronger. Preposterous! You want to destroy the heaven realm? Ghost Emperor Fengdu stared at the demonic figure above the 5 war cities and said coldly, "Haha, you only realize now." The demons from beyond the heavenly demon lord laughed. At this moment, a demon realm appeared behind him. Countless demonic figures appeared in that demon realm. As the demonic energy dispersed, countless demonic soldiers and generals appeared behind the heavenly demon lord. Kill! Kill to your heart's content. The heavenly demon lord waved his hand, and the countless demonic soldiers and generals behind him charged out from the demon realm. Roar! Terrifying roars could be heard from within the devil world. Numerous terrifying and malevolent demonic beasts rushed out of the devil world, exuding a boundless demonic aura. Kill! The army of heaven realm was not to be trifled with. The army of Zhao clan was the first to attack. Endless power gathered on Zhao clan's clan lord. Eat my fist! Zhao clan's clan lord stood in the center of the formation and drew the power of the entire killing formation. He punched towards the sky. Boom! The countless demonic beasts that swooped down from the sky were smashed into a bloody mist by the Zhao family head's punch, courting death. When the outer sky demons saw this, they were enraged. They pointed at the Zhao family's killing formation. A beam of demonic light descended from the sky and pierced through the Zhao family's family head, who was in the formation eye of the Zhao family. Defend! The Zhao family's family head was shocked and immediately roared in anger. Roar! The 100,000 Zhao family warriors that formed the Zhao family's killing formation roared at the same time, their voices shaking the sky. At this moment, every soldier of the Zhao family was glowing with a dazzling divine light. Countless rays of divine light rushed out from their bodies, forming a huge divine shield in the air above the killing formation of the Zhao family. However, the demonic light directly pierced through the divine shield as if it was a thin piece of paper. What? When the family head of the Zhao family saw this, he was extremely shocked. Boom! The sky-rumbling drum rang, and a layer of ripple in the void that was visible to the naked eye immediately appeared in the void and spread in all directions. As the sky-rumbling drum rang, the demonic light that pierced through the Zhao family's family head immediately collapsed in the void. At this moment, the Zhao family's family head had already closed his eyes and was waiting for death. However, the Zhao family's family head did not die. Instead, he He was so frightened by the extraterrestrial demon overlord's attack that he broke out in a cold sweat. Black Heaven sect, since you want to die so badly, I'll kill you first. The extraterrestrial demon overlord roared and immediately charged towards Ghost Emperor Fengdu. Humph. Then I'll let you kill me. Ghost Emperor Fengdu sneered. Boom! He immediately hit the sky-rumbling drum, and a terrifying killing force erupted from the sky-rumbling drum. The next moment, the extraterrestrial demon overlord's body trembled and his speed immediately slowed down. Boom! Ghost Emperor Fengdu once again hit the sky-rumbling drum, and the killing force of the sound was unprecedentedly strong. Even the void was shattered by the killing force of the sound. The extraterrestrial demon overlord suffered a great impact and struggled to take one step at a time towards Ghost Emperor Fengdu. At this time in the extraterrestrial galaxy, the great Omen Xianhuang and another demon overlord were engaged in a fierce battle. Terrifying energy waves spread out, and the surrounding planets were constantly exploding. Gui Yuan, how dare you appear before me again? You're courting death. The great Omen Xianhuang roared. Haha! Do you think you're still the great Omen Xianhuang of the past? The demon overlord called Gui Yuan sneered disapprovingly. Kill! The great Omen Xianhuang did not waste any time with this guy and immediately took out the 9 heavens black-yellow pagoda. The power of heaven and earth surged and shook the entire galaxy. At this time, the Gui Yuan demon overlord opened his mouth and spat out a demonic saber. Whoosh! The demonic saber's saber light tore through the void and slashed towards the great Omen Xianhuang killing force. The demonic saber actually broke through the layers of power of heaven and earth like a hot knife through butter. The power of that saber was actually so powerful. Clang! The peerless demonic saber slashed onto the 9 heavens black-yellow pagoda, and the 2 demonic saber Taoist treasures were sent flying. How is this possible? The great Omen Xianhuang was shocked. This guy's demonic saber could actually compete with his 9 heavens black-yellow pagoda. Could it be that this guy's demonic saber was also refined with peerless divine materials? Kill! Kill! The great Omen Xianhuang and the Gui Yuan demon overlord attacked each other again. The 2 great experts started fighting again. They were evenly matched, and it was definitely not an easy task to determine the winner. At this time, the armies of the otherworldly realm and the outer heavens demons were fighting with the armies of the heaven realm and the human realm. There were figures everywhere in the sky and on the ground. This was a battle between gods and demons. The battlefield covered a radius of millions of miles. There were corpses of gods and demons constantly falling from the sky, and the sky was raining blood. The heaven realm's Zhao family, Li family, northern regions, Snow God Palace, Giant Spirit Clan, Fengdu Ghost Clan, and the Golden Spirit Ape Clan had all come to participate in the battle. Among them, there were even remnants of the Yuan dynasty and descendants of the heavenly demon lurking in the battlefield, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The Heaven Realm's demon clan also came out in full force. An ancient figure appeared in the demon clan's battle formation. Little demon brat, so many years have passed, and you still haven't given up. Are you courting death? An old voice was heard, and an old man walked out from the demon clan's battle formation. You are... The heavenly demon overlord who was fighting with Fengdu Ghost Emperor was shocked when he saw the old man. Boom! The old man slammed the cane in his hand. In the next moment, the cane in the old man's hand turned into a huge dragon that pounced towards the heavenly demon overlord. Humph! The heavenly demon overlord stretched out his right hand and pressed it against the huge dragon that was charging towards him. Bam! The heavenly demon overlord was sent flying 1,000 miles away by the huge dragon. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. What? The other experts were shocked when they saw this. This old demon had injured the heavenly demon overlord with just one move. The old demon's combat strength was really terrifying. Old man, you! the heavenly demon overlord was extremely shocked. One ghost Emperor Fengdu was enough to give him a headache. Now that there was an old demon, even someone as strong as him would not be able to handle it. Haha, so what if you are strong? Do you think you can compete with the 10 extinction demon star? The heavenly demon overlord laughed crazily. The old man looked up at the blood-colored demon star that was falling towards the heaven realm and couldn't help but frown. The 10 extinction demon star was too strong. Even an extreme Tao supreme might not be able to stop it. Moreover, in the current heaven realm, no one would dare to use the power of the extreme Tao. To a certain extent, the power of the 10 extinction demon star had surpassed the extreme Tao. Therefore, the heavenly punishment had no effect on this demon star. Half-step eternal existence. Gu Fei, who was watching the battle from afar, looked up at the blood-colored demon star in the sky with a solemn expression. The power of the devil Tao contained in this demon star was too strong. If he could refine this demon star, wouldn't he be able to restore his cultivation to the half-step eternal realm immediately? With this thought in mind, Gu Fei's eyes lit up. What he lacked the most right now was power. Who cares what demon star it is? If you and I join hands, is there anything in this world that we can't solve? The old turtle said disapprovingly, "You'd better go help your uncle." Gu Fei said, "I don't dare." The old turtle shrunk his neck and said, he knew his uncle's temperament best. He didn't want others to help him. Well, let's do our part. Gu Fei no longer talked nonsense with the old turtle. He took a step forward and instantly entered the battlefield, appearing in the sky above the war city in the east. The war city lord in the east suddenly looked up. He saw a big foot coming down from the sky and stomping down on him. Kill! The war city lord roared and directly mobilized the power of the war city to attack. Beams of divine light rushed out from his body and pierced towards the big foot coming down from the sky. However, the next moment, everyone was stunned. The giant foot directly crushed the light barrier that enveloped the entire sacrificial altar, directly crushing War City, Lord along with the sacrificial altar. The eyes of all the experts who saw this scene almost fell to the ground. It was just a foot, and a War City Lord from an alien world was crushed, his body and soul extinguished. At this time, an immortal sword light fell from the sky and directly split another alien world's War City in half. How is this possible? Seeing this shocking scene, everyone felt that this scene was too unreal. That was an alien world's War City, an extreme Tao level weapon, but it was actually split in half by a sword. Rumble, the giant city that was split in half fell from the sky. Countless demons and alien races fell directly, and the whole area was in chaos. As soon as the divine city was broken, the killing array laid down by the alien world's experts immediately collapsed. Although it didn't completely collapse, it was on the verge of collapse. Boom! At the same time, an ancient cauldron fell from the sky and smashed into another divine city, causing it to shake violently. Chapter 4303. Gu Fei and his family made their move. Gu Fei crushed the city lord to death with a single stomp, shaking the entire city. At the same time, an immortal sword light descended from the sky, cleaving an ancient city in half. Guling also made his move. A giant cauldron descended from the sky, surrounded by the phantoms of 9 divine phoenixes. Boom! The ancient cauldron slammed into one of the otherworld cities, causing them to shake violently. On the altar in the middle of the city, Lord desperately summoned the city's power. Guling's 9 phoenix cauldron stopped above the city lord's head, unable to descend. Roar! The city lord roared, trying to shake off the ancient cauldron above his head. However, the ancient cauldron was as heavy as an ancient divine mountain. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky and landed on top of the 9 phoenix cauldron. Bam! The ancient cauldron shook violently. In the next moment, the ancient cauldron directly broke through the protective light of the otherworldly city lord and smashed him into a bloody mist. This Everyone who saw this scene was shocked to the extreme. Their mouths agape. How could a paragon, so high and mighty, be killed so easily? How was this possible? After all, these city lords were quasi-sovereigns. Gu Fei and his family were powerful to the extreme, destroying 3 otherworld war cities in a single move. This kind of combat power was too frightening. Even Ghost Emperor Fengdu, the heavenly demon lord, and the other old fogies were shocked. At this time, the Yao ancestor had his eyes on the heavenly demon lord. Being targeted by the Yao ancestor was definitely not a good thing. Preposterous! The otherworldly demon lord's heart was bleeding. The 5 great war cities were his trump card, but he had never thought that his trump card would be so weak in front of his opponent. Kill! Without any hesitation, the old turtle's uncle charged toward the heavenly demon lord. Countless beams of divine light shot out from his body, each of which took the form of a divine weapon. Countless weapons blotted out the sky as they bombarded the heavenly demon lord. Humph! The otherworldly devil ancestor coldly laughed. He suddenly raised his head and took a deep breath. In the next instant, the countless divine weapons that were slashing towards him were all devoured by him. Everyone was indescribably shocked. However, all of a sudden, a fist landed on the face of the sky demon lord, sending him flying as demonic blood splattered in the air. Roar! The sky demon ancestor roared madly as he was sent flying thousands of miles away by the demon ancestor's punch before he could stabilize his body. His face was covered in blood, and his nose had been smashed in by the punch. When one's cultivation reached the level of the heavenly demon ancestor, he could heal his wounds with just a thought. However, the demonic ancestor's punch was imbued with the power of the great Tao. However, it was not easy for the heavenly demon lord to recover from his injuries. Little devil brat, this time leave your life behind, the old ancestor of the demon clan said as he attacked again. The old ancestor of the demon clan waved his walking stick and sent the heavenly demon ancestor flying again. The old ancestor of the demon clan completely suppressed the heavenly demon ancestor. In front of the old ancestor of the demon clan, the heavenly demon ancestor was as weak as an ant. At this moment, only 2 of the 5 otherworldly war cities were still standing. The 2 otherworldly war cities could no longer maintain the killing formation. Countless formation inscriptions collapsed and dissipated into the void. The 10 extinction demon star that was descending from the sky towards the ground of the heaven realm immediately slowed down. The killing formation laid down by the 5 otherworldly war cities was actually a formation to summon the 10 extinction demon star. At this moment, the formation was broken, and the 10 extinction demon stars' falling speed slowed down. Although the 10 extinction demon stars' falling speed had slowed down, it did not stop. The peerless demon star was still falling towards the ground of the heaven realm. Therefore, countless experts from the heaven realm and the human realm were shocked when they saw this scene. At this moment, the otherworldly war army and the heaven realm and the human realm's allied army were fighting endlessly. Countless living beings fell, and a terrifying rain of blood fell from the sky. After this battlefield had turned into a dangerous place. Under the leadership of countless experts, the heaven realm and the human realm's allied army went berserk. Countless cultivators fell, and the corpses on the ground formed a thick layer. Very soon, the otherworldly war army could no longer hold on. The otherworldly war army and the otherworldly demons' allied army began to falter. Boom! The giant that came from the north of the heaven realm directly smashed a otherworldly war city in the sky with a punch. Countless otherworldly living beings in the city instantly died. This attack had already caused great damage to the otherworldly war army's vitality. Kill! Charge! Kill all these otherworldly war army. Leave none alive. At this time, the major forces of the heaven realm united as one. Every cultivator risked their lives to fight. The otherworldly demons could not enter the heaven realm. Countless cultivators from the heaven realm and the human realm were fighting for their families. If the otherworldly demons were to kill their way into the heaven realm, the people would be plunged into an abyss of suffering. Their families and friends would suffer a calamity. Retreat! The otherworldly old ancestors roared. The otherworldly war army immediately retreated towards the depths of the starry sky like a tide. Dong! The heavenly drum rumbled. Every time it rang, countless otherworldly demons would fall. They would be turned into a bloody mist by the terrifying sound waves, directly dying in body and soul. Within the ghost domain behind Ghost Monarch Fingdu, countless ghostly figures rushed out. Under the leadership of the Ghost General, they soared into the sky and slaughtered towards the otherworldly war army. At this time, Gu Fei and the others also made their move. The 9 Phoenix Cauldron soared into the sky. 9 divine phoenixes rushed out from the cauldron and emitted boundless divine flames. A large number of otherworldly creatures were burned to ashes. In another direction, a huge seal slammed down, causing the void to explode. A terrifying and monstrous aura of destruction spread in all directions. Countless demons fell. The otherworldly war army originally wanted to preserve their strength and retreat. However, as Gu Fei and the others made their move, the otherworldly war army was quickly routed. Even the last otherworldly war city was blasted apart by countless experts. Countless fragments fell from the sky and countless living beings perished. The outcome of this battle was already decided. The otherworldly demons were completely annihilated. Not a single demon ancestor level existence could escape. Even the otherworldly demon ancestor was captured by the demon clan old ancestor. In another part of the starry sky, the battle between the great ominous Xian Huang and another otherworldly demon ancestor had also ended. Someone once saw a divine pagoda sucking in a demon shadow from afar. At this time, Gu Fei suddenly saw a familiar figure disappear into the horizon. Humph! Gu Fei directly chased after him at an extremely fast speed. Father! Gu Ling held the 9 Phoenix Cauldron and wanted to chase after him. However, Gu Fei's figure had already disappeared. Seeing this, Gu Ling could not help but be shocked. Her father's current cultivation was still far above her. All right, sister-in-law, niece, come to my place first. Old Tortoise invited Yen, and Gu Ling to the demon clan's ancestral land. All right. Yen nodded. Who is that person? Did you see it clearly? Yen suddenly asked Old Tortoise. It seems to be Yuan Gu. Old Tortoise's expression was somewhat solemn. Yuan Gu was their archenemy who had been entangled for countless years. The mysterious Yuan Gu had never appeared in his true body and had only appeared in clones. However, Gu Fei did not care whether Yuan Gu was a clone or not and continued to chase after him. Soon, they left the battlefield and rushed deep into the starry sky, arriving in front of the ruins of the ancient heavenly court. The figure directly entered the southern heavenly gate, which surprised Gu Fei. After all, the ruins of the ancient heavenly court were not easily accessible. Preposterous! Gu Fei watched from the southern heavenly gate and did not enter. Could Yuan Gu's true body be hidden in the ruins of the ancient heavenly court? The ruins of the ancient heavenly court covered a large area. If Yuan Gu wanted to hide, even Gu Fei would not be able to find him. Gu Fei did not leave. He stood guard outside the southern heavenly gate. Through the southern heavenly gate, Gu Fei looked at the endless ruins inside. He lamented how powerful the ancient heavenly court had been in the past. However, who would have thought that such a powerful ancient heavenly court would be destroyed one day? Legend had it that the ancient heavenly court had been destroyed during the extreme Great War. Some people also said that the ancient heavenly court had been destroyed due to internal strife. Gu Fei did not care about this. He only wanted to get rid of Yuan Gu. However, this was an almost impossible task. Yuan Gu, you will be out of luck when I recover to the extreme grade realm. Gu Fei clenched his fists. Gu Fei, do you dare to come in and fight? At that moment, a voice suddenly came from the southern heavenly gate. What? Gu Fei focused and saw a blurry figure standing inside the southern heavenly gate. The voice had come from this figure. Humph! Why should I go in just because you ask me to? Who do you think you are? Gu Fei said disdainfully. He hated this guy who hid his head and showed his tail. In that case, you shall stand guard outside. As the blurry figure spoke, it disappeared into the void without a sound or a trace. Gu Fei frowned. Who was this guy? He didn't seem to be Yuan Gu. Could he be another enemy of his? Whether it was in the heavenly realm or the human realm, Gu Fei did not lack enemies. Back then, he had killed many people and made countless enemies. Gu Fei did not fall for it, but the person did not appear again. The two sides were in a deadlock. The ancient heavenly court was extremely quiet. No sound could be heard. From time to time, a gray mist of death would appear. It was like a ghost town. Too many creatures had died in this place. So many that it was hard to imagine. A random excavation would reveal countless corpses. The battle back then was absolutely terrifying. Even the ancient heavenly court was crippled. The extreme grade law still existed in the ancient heavenly court. In other words, if Gu Fei went in now, he would lose his life if he was not careful. If that was really the case, he would really be out of luck. Therefore, he would not go in easily. Chapter 4304. The appearance of the mysterious enemy lured Gu Fei to the outside of the ancient heavenly court. The ruins of the ancient heavenly court was not an ordinary place. It was even more terrifying than those so-called danger zones in the heavenly realm. Back then, Gu Fei had the strength to flatten the danger zones, but he still had to be careful when entering the ancient heavenly court. Because if he was not careful, even Gu Fei himself might encounter danger inside the ancient heavenly court, or even die inside. Gu Fei was not an idiot. It was obvious that someone was plotting against him, trying to lure him into the ancient heavenly court. Those people must have dug a trap in the ancient heavenly court, waiting for him to jump in. Were they trying to trick him? Who did they think they were? Hey, Tian Fanxiao? Gu Fei would not fall for it. The ancient heavenly court was extremely quiet. Black mist drifted in the air, and the entire place was shrouded in a murderous aura. No one knew how many peerless figures were buried here, or how many secrets were hidden. Who cares? Let's go back and take a look. Gu Fei muttered, then turned around and took a step, instantly disappearing into the void. Just as Gu Fei left, a mysterious shadow appeared outside the southern heavenly gate. That guy is very careful. The mysterious shadow muttered to himself. He looked in the direction Gu Fei left with a cold and vicious gaze. At this time, the heavenly realm war had ended. The battlefield was covered in blood, broken artifacts and weapons were innumerable, and layers upon layers of corpses. No one knew how many demons from the immortal god realm had fallen. The immortal god blood and demon blood were mixed together, immortal chi and demonic chi intertwined, and remnant wills that had yet to completely dissipate wandered around the battlefield. If this battlefield was not dealt with, terrifying evil beings would be born after a long time. Only the Buddhists had the supreme secret technique to deliver all living beings from suffering. At this time, both the Buddhists from the heavenly realm and the human realm were on the move. Many eminent monks arrived at the battlefield, and every Buddhist saint was emitting a golden glow. Only a sacred level Buddhist saint could deliver the souls of the dead and dispel the murderous aura here. Someone saw heavenly law roaming around the battlefield. On the battlefield where the evil chi soared to the sky, groups of incomparably bright Buddhist lights emerged on the battlefield, and there seemed to be Buddhist chants lingering in the void. Yan, Guling, and the others had already returned to the ancestral court of the demon race. Guling successfully passed her tribulation and finally became a quasi-supremacy. She was the second martial artist after Gu Fei to successfully pass the quasi-supremacy heavenly tribulation. Gu Ling went into seclusion to refine the Nine-Phoenix Cauldron again. The Nine-Phoenix Cauldron was nothing more than a Tao item refined by someone else. It was very inconvenient to use someone else's item. Gu Ling wanted to erase the brand inside the Nine-Phoenix Cauldron and then replace it with his own brand. Only by branding his own mark on the Nine-Phoenix Cauldron would the cauldron belong to him. Yen was a very casual person. She stood aloof from worldly affairs and was indifferent to fame and fortune. There were not many things in the world that could move her. She directly returned to the pavilion that Old Tortoise had arranged for her and shut herself inside. Old Tortoise and Xiaoqing were in the ancestral hall discussing the important matters of the demon race. Master, in this battle, our race has lost 3 half-ancestors, 130,000 soldiers, and countless injured. Xiaoqing said in a heavy tone. The demon race had suffered a great loss this time, but of course it was not to the extent of hurting the demon race to the bone. What, so many people died? Ba Lan couldn't help but be astonished when he heard this. There were countless casualties in the armies of the heavenly realm and the human realm. Some forces were directly crippled, and even the sect masters and sect masters had fallen. The demon race's losses were really nothing much. Got it. Old Tortoise nodded. Is there any news of your big brother? Old Tortoise asked. Gu Fei had left for some time, but he still hadn't returned. Could it be that he had encountered some danger? He knew very well that Gu Fei had many enemies in the heavenly realm, especially the mysterious and unfathomable Yuan Gu. That guy was absolutely despicable. He would jump out from time to time and then disappear for a period of time. This guy was also involved in assassinations. Many high-level members of the demon race had died in his hands, which made Old Tortoise want to tear him to pieces. However, this guy was very cunning and slipped away every time. Old Tortoise had the Tai Sovereign Seal and was not afraid of Yuan Gu at all. He wasn't worried about Gu Fei because he knew that Yuan Gu couldn't do anything to Gu Fei. No, Big Brother has the world's fastest speed. Who in this world can catch up to him? Xiaoqing said. Even he couldn't catch up to Gu Fei, let alone others. He had no idea where Gu Fei had gone. However, at this moment, a figure appeared outside the hall without any warning. Brother, your cultivation is getting higher and higher. Old Tortoise shouted at the figure outside the hall. He actually didn't notice that someone was approaching. He only noticed it when the person arrived outside the hall. Same to you. The figure walked in from outside. This person was Gu Fei. The war in the heavenly realm shook all directions. The news spread to the 5 ancestral planets of the human realm, causing the entire human realm's cultivation world to boil. After the war, the major forces of the human realm needed to recuperate. Meanwhile, in Crate Myrtle Ancestral Planet, the Ji clan and the Ground clan were fighting endlessly. At this time, Empress Ji was badly battered by the Ground clan and was in a very sorry state. Many important figures of the Ji clan were killed by the Ground clan's experts, causing the entire Ji clan to be furious. Most importantly, the Ji clan's Elder Council had doubts about Empress Ji's ability. The current Empress Ji seemed to be unable to handle the current situation. If this was the case, the position of clan lord would have to be vacated. The Ji clan's clan lord was not the sole ruler. The clan lord was chosen, but who was it? The Elder Council. The Elder Council was above the clan lord. The position of Ji clan's clan lord could only be held firmly by those with ability. At this time, Empress Ji felt danger. He urgently wanted to prove his ability, but Crate Myrtle Ancestral Planet had entered a chaotic era. He couldn't even deal with the Ground clan. When Ji Mingyi fought against the Ground clan's clan lord, Yu Feng, both sides were extremely powerful. Their battle prowess was about the same, but in the end, both sides were heavily injured. The Ground clan had no choice but to retreat into the depths of the ancestral land, not coming out easily. The Ji clan's vitality was also injured. Moreover, the rise of other forces caused the Ji clan to lose sight of other forces. As for Ji Changkong's bloodline, they became more and more powerful. Ever since they formed an alliance with the heavenly race, Ji Changkong's bloodline showed signs of suppressing Empress Ji's bloodline. This was because many of Empress Ji's bloodline's experts had fallen during the war with the Ground Clan. Even Emperor Ji's uncle, Primal Chaos ancestor Ji Mingyi, was injured. It seems that it would be difficult for him to recover in a short period of time. The Ji clan's ancestral land was extremely beautiful. It was the best divine land on the Myrtle ancestral star. All the energy of the world could be drawn here. Furthermore, the Ji clan's ancestral land was the densest in the entire Myrtle ancestral star. Cultivating here would yield twice the results with half the effort. The Ji clan's ancestral land was very large. Ji Changkong's faction only controlled a small portion of it. In the courtyard where Ji Changkong was, there were two people sitting at a stone table under a tree. They were chatting and drinking, looking very happy. "I say, hey Tian, this time you really tricked Empress Ji miserably, haha." As one of them spoke, he started laughing loudly. This person was Ji Changkong, and the person sitting opposite Ji Changkong was He Tian. It's just child's play," He Tian said. "What should we do next?" Ji Changkong asked. This He Tian was full of crafty ideas. If they wanted to deal with Empress Ji, it would be impossible for them to rely on themselves. However, with He Tian, the situation would be different. Requesting to fight and gain merit, He Tian did not waste any time and only said 4 words. Requesting to fight? Fight who? Ji Changkong's eyes lit up when he heard this. He had already vaguely guessed He Tian's intention. "What do you think?" He Tian said unhappily. "The Tian clan and the Ground clan are sworn enemies. Yes, it is not impossible to destroy the Ground clan." Ji Changkong's eyes became even brighter. The strength of the Tian clan and the Ground clan were about the same. These two clans had fought for countless years. In the current era, the battle was extremely bitter. If Ji Changkong wanted to attract the attention of the elders' assembly, he had to gain merit first. How? There was an opportunity in front of him. As long as he destroyed the Ground clan, the elders' assembly would remember his merit. Ji Changkong could no longer sit still. In the next moment, a figure silently appeared behind Ji Changkong. "Go and invite the Tian clan's clan leader," Ji Changkong ordered. "Yes, master." The figure then disappeared into the void as if it had never appeared in the first place. Very quickly, a white-clothed figure descended from the sky and landed in the courtyard. The clan leader of the Tian clan had not arrived, but the heavenly daughter of the Tian clan had arrived. The heavenly daughter of the Tian clan was a peerless beauty. Although her face was covered, her extraordinary temperament was very moving. "Greetings, heavenly daughter." Ji Changkong quickly stood up and said carefully. The heavenly daughter of the Tian clan had a higher status than the clan leader. Even if the clan leader saw the heavenly daughter, he would not dare to be impudent. He never expected that the heavenly daughter would come. He had invited the clan leader of the Tian clan and not the heavenly daughter. As for He Tian, that fellow was still sitting at the stone table, drinking his wine and eating his meat. It was like he did not see the heavenly daughter at all. "Old Black, why are you not greeting the heavenly daughter?" Ji Changkong said anxiously. "TSK, He Tian did not care about Ji Changkong at all." "You are He Tian?" The heavenly daughter looked at Old Black and narrowed her eyes. "That's right. Guaranteed to be the real deal." He Tian nodded his head and said, "Come and die." The heavenly daughter's expression suddenly changed. She stretched out her right hand and grabbed at He Tian. A powerful devouring power immediately surged out from her hand. He Tian acted like he did not see the heavenly daughter's attack and continued to drink by himself. The powerful devouring power could not shake He Tian at all. When the heavenly daughter saw this, she could not help but be shocked. This He Tian's cultivation did not seem to be lower than hers. He Tian, if you have the guts, come with me to my clan's ancestral land. Chapter 4305. The holy daughter of the heavenly race was extremely powerful. However, it was clear that He Tian was not afraid of her. Could there be something going on between these two? At this moment, Ji Changkong muttered to himself, "What did you say?" Although Ji Changkong's voice was soft, the holy daughter heard him. She immediately frowned and stared at Ji Changkong with a ferocious gaze. This, Ji Changkong was shocked. The legendary holy daughter of the heavenly race was actually a tigress? Of course, he only dared to say this in his heart. One must know that the holy daughter's position in the heavenly race was even higher than the heavenly race's clan leader. Furthermore, the holy daughter's cultivation was slightly higher than Ji Changkong's. Ji Changkong and He Tian had been trapped in the land of flying immortals for so long and obtained great opportunities. However, they were only at the beginner stage of the quasi-supremacy realm. He Tian's cultivation was higher than Ji Changkong's. He had already broken through to the intermediate stage of the quasi-supremacy realm. The holy daughter of the heavenly race was also at the intermediate stage of the quasi-supremacy realm. All right, I will not go to the holy land of the heavenly race. He Tian raised his head and looked at the holy daughter as he said indifferently, "If you still have a little bit of conscience, you should have gone." The holy daughter said angrily, "I'm not going." "So what?" He Tian said helplessly. "You." The holy daughter was infuriated. She turned around and left. "I don't go. Is there a misunderstanding between the two of you? Sit down and talk." Ji Changkong stepped forward to smooth things over. However, the holy daughter of the heavenly race did not give Ji Changkong any face. "There will be no me or him. It's up to you." After saying that, the holy daughter soared into the sky and flew away. This, Ji Changkong was dumbfounded. "I say, old black, don't tell me you abandoned this girl." Ji Changkong mocked. "Abandoned your head." He Tian almost wanted to punch Ji Changkong. "Then tell me what's going on." Ji Changkong looked seriously at He Tian. In Ji Changkong's opinion, there had to be a story between He Tian and the holy daughter. Sigh. He Tian let out a long sigh and didn't say anything. His heart was heavy. When Ji Changkong saw the situation, he tactfully stopped asking. He Tian is very mysterious. Although Ji Changkong experienced many things with He Tian, he still does not know He Tian's true origins. He Tian is very mysterious. In fact, sometimes He Tian didn't even know who he was. He Tian was walking on the great Tao of reincarnation. He was constantly reincarnated between heaven and earth, living and dying. He didn't know how many lifetimes he had experienced. As his cultivation continued to improve, he opened more and more soul imprints, and gradually he was able to recover the memories of his previous life. In the end, the clan leader of the heavenly race did not appear. Because of this, Ji Changkong couldn't sit still. Without the heavenly race's participation, he didn't want to fight the ground race alone. One must know that even if he could defeat the ground race, he would have to pay a huge price. He didn't want to end up like Emperor Ji, fighting the ground race with both sides suffering. "I say, you should make a trip to the heavenly race's holy land." Ji Changkong cautiously said to He Tian. "Scram!" He Tian directly kicked Ji Changkong away. Soon after, He Tian left the Ji clan's ancestral land and flew towards an ominous land of the Myrtle ancestral star. What is this fellow going to do? Ji Changkong limped over from afar. He naturally knew where He Tian was going. However, he didn't know where He Tian was going. Ji Changkong pondered for a moment. Then he also soared into the sky and chased after the direction He Tian disappeared in. Heaven-devouring terminus. This was the name of this perilous land. This is a perilous land that can devour the heavens. Any living being that enters the perilous land will be devoured. No one can come out alive. He Tian rushed over from afar and landed on a mountain peak outside the heaven-devouring terminus. It's here again! As long as he gets close to this perilous land, he will feel something calling out to him. He is very sure that that thing is inside the heaven-devouring terminus. However, this is the heaven-devouring terminus. For countless years, it has devoured countless living beings. Even if it was a powerful expert, as long as they enter, there will only be one result. They will be devoured by this perilous land. He Tian doesn't want to be devoured by this place. Preposterous. In the end, He Tian couldn't bear it anymore. He directly jumped from the mountain peak and rushed towards the heaven-devouring terminus. Don't! Ji Changkong just arrived and just happened to see the scene of He Tian rushing into the heaven-devouring terminus. This. Ji Changkong shook his head and smiled bitterly. If He Tian dies in there, then I don't need to fight with Emperor Ji for the position of clan leader. Rumble. Just at this moment, a thunderous sound suddenly came from the heaven-devouring terminus. What's going on? Ji Changkong was shocked. At this moment, in the depths of the heaven-devouring terminus, a shrine is shaking. It is an ancient shrine. The shrine is covered with cracks, as though it will shatter with a light touch. And in front of the ancient shrine, there is a figure standing. This person is He Tian. At this moment, He Tian's divine power is vast and mighty. He is trying his best to resist the powerful force that burst out from the shrine. What's going on? He Tian is shocked and angry. There is actually something in this shrine that wants to devour my power. Is this the reason why countless living beings are devoured? The force that burst out from the ancient shrine is too powerful. Although He Tian is trying his best to resist the power of the ancient shrine, he is still moving towards the shrine. This made him extremely shocked. Roar. He Tian let out an unwilling roar. Then he left the ground and flew towards the entrance of the ancient shrine. He was directly swallowed by the shrine. Boom. In the next moment, countless divine lights burst out from the ancient shrine. Every ray of divine light pierced through the void. The entire ancient shrine is shaking violently. An incomparably powerful force is condensing inside the ancient shrine. He Tian was swallowed by the ancient shrine. Ji Changkong, who is outside the heaven-devouring terminus, knows nothing about this. Ji Changkong is sitting cross-legged on the top of the mountain, waiting for He Tian to come out. At this moment, the Ji clan of the Ziwei galaxy is being attacked. A force that dares to attack the ancestral land of the Ji clan is naturally not weak. Outside the ancestral land of the Ji clan, banners are fluttering in the wind. Countless wild beasts are roaring. This scene is extremely shocking. A total of 18 armies, the allied forces of the 18 major forces, have surrounded the ancestral land of the Ji clan. Emperor Ji, come out and die. The Ji clan is finished. Emperor Ji, come out and let me kill you. Then I will leave your corpse intact. Angry roars rang out from all over the allied army of the 18 roads, their voices spreading far and wide. Humph! Get out of my sight! An old voice rang out from the ominous ground. It wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears. The Ji clan is in danger. At the same time, in the ancestral court of the demon clan in the heaven realm, Gu Fei has returned. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise are reunited. Of course, they need to catch up. However, Gu Fei has only been back for half a day, and there is already news that something is happening in the depths of the alien battlefield. It seems that some important figures from the other realms are trying to cross over. However, it was definitely not an easy task to connect the two realms. Boom. Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound comes from the sky of the heaven realm. The entire starry sky seems like it is about to collapse. Then, a terrifying aura descends from the starry sky. Countless living beings in the 5 heavens of the heaven realm are terrified to the extreme. Gu Fei is not happy. Is there no end to this? Chapter 4306. The experts from the otherworldly realm broke through the barrier between the heavens and the earth and entered the heaven realm. In the depths of the starry sky of the heaven realm, a huge shadow stood up. The shadow shook, and countless bright fireworks appeared in the starry sky. Those were the fireworks formed by the explosion of countless stars. Those were the brightest lights released at the last moment of the star's existence. The illusory figure merely trembled, but the power it released directly caused countless stars in the starry sky within a radius of billions of kilometers to explode. The illusory figure opened his mouth and inhaled. The power of the countless stars that had exploded actually all gathered in his mouth and was directly swallowed by him. The spies of the major forces in the alien battlefield were all scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. Some of them turned around and fled. Some of them were so scared that they even forgot to flee. They were trembling and their minds were blank. Is that a supreme martial artist? A holy venerable expert said with a trembling voice. Among all the experts in the heaven realm in the starry sky, only those who were above the saint level could speak. The others were already suppressed and couldn't speak. However, even those who were above the saint level felt extreme fear. That fear came from the depths of their souls. At this time, a smaller figure appeared in the starry sky. Master is so powerful. Those guys dared to kill Master's beloved disciple. They deserve to die. The person said carefully. This person was not a shadow, but a person in a black robe. His whole body was enveloped in black chi, and his figure was faintly discernible. My master is invincible. He doesn't need a slave like you to say anything. Another figure appeared next to the horrifying shadow. It was a purple-haired, purple-clothed woman with a veil over her face. She was shrouded in a purple aura, and her figure was graceful. Her eyes were like two purple stars, and when they opened and closed, they flashed like stars. Yes. Little Master is right. The shadow nodded and bowed. On the surface, he was respectful and even afraid of the purple-clothed woman. However, in his heart, he didn't think much of it. The black shadow thought that Zi Sun Air was just lucky. She was born with the purple sun Dao body. She had only been a disciple of Realm Lord Zhongxian for tens of years. Her cultivation might not even be comparable to his. However, given the other party's identity, even if the Black Shadow had countless dissatisfactions, he had to swallow them all and carefully serve this little ancestor. Realm Lord Zhongxian was the master of a realm. He was the second Realm Lord in the history of the extreme, mysterious domain. The extreme mysterious realm's lord was naturally the man who had created the extreme mysterious realm. He was the extreme mysterious realm's first lord. The first realm lord of the extreme mysterious realm had disappeared for eons. For many years, the extreme mysterious realm's countless life forms and tribes had wanted to dominate the entire extreme mysterious realm. Ever since the extreme mysterious realm lord had disappeared, the extreme mysterious realm had descended into chaos. The major forces fought against each other, and the people were plunged into misery and suffering. After the extreme mysterious realm lord, there were only area lords and no realm lords. An area lord ruled over a region. However, there were countless area lords in the extreme mysterious realm, but no one had the ability to defeat all the area lords and unify the extreme mysterious realm. Until recently, an incredible person had appeared in the extreme mysterious realm. This incredible person had single-handedly subdued all the area lords in the extreme mysterious realm and become the second realm lord of the extreme mysterious realm. However, many tribes in the extreme mysterious realm were unwilling to submit to Zhongxian. Zhongxian was definitely a character. He had used ruthless methods to eliminate all the opposing forces. Wherever he went, rivers of blood flowed and rivers of blood flowed. This fellow actually colluded with the demons to invade the heavenly realm. At that moment, a figure appeared in the starry sky and stared at the powerful figure with eyes that seemed to be burning with flames. A demonic star floated in the sky above the heavenly realm. releasing a terrifying demonic aura. Below the demonic star was the god and demon battlefield. Due to the influence of the demonic star, it was difficult for the experts of the Buddhist sects to purge the remnant souls and thoughts here. In a very short period of time, the corpses here had already turned into corpses. That day, when the 10 absolute demonic star had descended, the experts of the heavenly realm had joined forces to stop the descending demonic star. The power of this demonic star was so strong that even a quasi-supreme being would find it difficult to refine it. The major forces of the heavenly realm could only use their ultimate Tao weapons to stop the demonic star. Roar! A roar suddenly rang out. Then a figure suddenly rushed out from a pile of corpses. This figure had a ferocious expression, and a sword was stabbed in between his eyebrows. Nearly half of the sword had pierced through the back of his head. The figure was surrounded by demonic aura as it pounced towards an old monk nearby. What? The old monk was shocked and hurriedly chanted the name of Buddha. Sanskrit sounds filled the air, and the surrounding deathly aura was immediately dispersed. Bang! The old monk pressed his right hand forward, and a Buddhist seal immediately appeared in his palm. Bam! The corpse demon was sent flying by the old monk's palm strike. Black smoke rose from the spot where the corpse demon had been struck. After all, the corpse demon had just turned into a corpse. After being struck by the old monk's palm strike, it fell to the ground and lay motionless. At this moment, Gu Fei's figure appeared near the 10 absolute demonic star. Come in. Gu Fei circulated a trace of eternal energy in his body and tore the heavens and earth apart. He then kept the 10 absolute demonic star into his inner world. Everyone who saw this scene was indescribably shocked. All the experts of the heavenly realm did not know what to do with this demonic star. Yet, Gu Fei had actually kept this demonic star in one go. If I refine this demonic star, I might be able to recover my extreme Tao cultivation. Gu Fei muttered to himself. Hand over the demonic star. A figure appeared in front of Gu Fei. This person was shrouded in black aura, and a strong demonic aura emanated from his body. This black figure was the servant of the extreme mysterious realm's realm lord. Dai. Gu Fei extended his right hand and pointed at the black figure. Uft! There was a flash of blood, and a ray of light shot out from the body of the black figure. You! The black shadow was shocked to the extreme. The wound on his body turned to ash and then spread to his entire body. With the wound as the starting point, the black shadow's body was turning to ash. Humph! Gu Fei did not even look at this fellow. Instead, he raised his head and looked into the depths of the starry sky. My master will avenge me. After saying this, the black figure turned into ashes unwillingly. His body and soul were destroyed. Tisk! Gu Fei did not care at all. How dare you kill my servant? You deserve to die. Chapter 4307. The alien realm that had invaded the heavenly realm was the extreme mysterious realm. The extreme mysterious realm was a perfect world that was incomparably vast. In such a perfect world, an extreme supremacy could be born. Without a doubt, the extreme mysterious realm's realm lord, Zhongxian, was an extreme supremacy. However, the heavenly punishment of the human realm and the heavenly realm did not allow the existence of extreme supremacy. The extreme mysterious realm's realm lord, Zhongxian, was obviously aware of this. He had only sent a clone to the heavenly realm. His real body had not crossed over. But even so, this clone of his was exceptionally powerful and could easily kill a quasi-supreme being. This clone of his was invincible among quasi-supreme beings. It was precisely because of Zhongxian's strength that his subordinates were also extremely arrogant. The black figure had provoked Gu Fei, but Gu Fei had killed it effortlessly with a flick of his finger. However, Gu Fei's killing of the black figure had provoked the terrifying clone of the extreme mysterious realm's realm lord. How dare you kill my man? Die! A loud voice boomed from the heavens. Then a huge hand descended from the sky and slapped down on Gu Fei. The huge hand enveloped the entire sky and sealed off all of Gu Fei's escape routes. Humph! With a casual wave of his hand, Gu Fei's huge hand dissipated in the void. A mere clone dares to behave atrociously in the heavenly realm. Gu Fei looked up into the sky. His gaze pierced through the void and landed on the blurry figure in the depths of the starry sky. What? The clone of the extreme mysterious realm's realm lord was shocked and enraged when he saw Gu Fei break his killer move with a casual wave of his hand. Master, this fella! Zi Sen'er was also shocked when she saw Gu Fei's attack. In her opinion, her master was the most powerful existence in the entire extreme, mysterious realm. No one could withstand more than 3 moves from him. However, a little fella from this world had actually managed to stop Realm Lord Zhongxian. Although Zhongxian had only sent a clone, it was still an extreme grade cultivation base. A full-powered attack was enough to destroy heaven and earth. However, this was the heavenly realm, not the extreme mysterious realm. Rumble! Suddenly, a series of thunderclaps rang out in the sky, and a terrifying destructive aura descended from the depths of the sky. The heavens paled, and billions of living beings trembled. Damn it! Zhongxian's clone suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with unwillingness. An extreme aura quickly disappeared into his body. He had wanted to use the power of the extreme path to kill Gu Fei with a single blow, but he had only released a trace of the extreme path aura when a terrifying energy fluctuation came from the sky. Master, this, beside Zhongxian's incarnation. Zi Sen'er raised her head and looked at the sky in shock. It's Tian Fa. Zhongxian's incarnation said coldly. That's actually real? Zi Sen'er said in shock. What do you think? I wonder who did this. This power can envelop an entire world and suppress the extreme Tao, Zhongxian's clone said in shock. With Zhongxian's cultivation, he was naturally able to see through it. However, the power of the heavenly punishment was too powerful. Even Zhongxian did not know how powerful it was. He didn't dare to try. His intuition told him that the power just now was enough to threaten him. Before the extreme mysterious realm lord entered the heavenly realm with his incarnation, he had already found out everything about the heavenly realm, including the various forces in the heavenly realm and the human realm. There was also the heavenly punishment that could kill an extreme grade supremacy. Therefore, the fact that there were no extreme grade supremes in either the heavenly realm or the human realm was definitely good news for the extreme mysterious realm lord. Hence, the extreme mysterious realm lord decided to conquer the heavenly realm. After conquering the heavenly realm, he would then conquer the human realm. This way, he would no longer be the lord of one realm, but the lord of 3. However, the extreme mysterious realm lord had greatly underestimated the heaven realm and the human realm. The waters of the heavenly realm were bottomless. It was almost impossible for the extreme mysterious realm lord to conquer the heavenly realm. Humph! You want to use the power of the extreme Tao in the heaven realm? You must be tired of living. At that moment, Old Tortoise and the others appeared in the distant sky. I can kill you, even without using my extreme grade strength. The extreme mysterious realm lord sneered and took a step forward. In an instant, he arrived above Gu Fei and stomped down on Gu Fei. A violent force surged from his foot and blinding lightning appeared in the void. Lightning path power? The heavenly realm experts, who were watching from afar, were shocked. Let's see if this Gu Fei is really that powerful. From afar, the Taiching holy leader looked at the figure with a complicated expression. Hee, this Gu Fei isn't someone with an undeserved reputation. The mysterious heaven holy leader laughed. Back then, Gu Fei swept across the heaven realm. How awe-inspiring was that? Who didn't know of Gu Fei's name? Although the Taiching holy leader and the other old antiques were still in a deep slumber. Ever since they had awakened, they kept hearing about how powerful Gu Fei was. However, which holy venerables weren't prideful. How could they say that their skills were inferior? However, The combat strength that Gu Fei had displayed had stunned everyone. Gu Fei did not dodge. Boom! The huge foot that descended from the sky landed on Gu Fei. In the next moment, the extreme mysterious realm lord's clone jumped up with a scream. There was a bloody hole on the sole of his right foot. You stepped on a nail, right? Ha! Gu Fei laughed heartily. The heavenly realm experts who were watching the battle were dumbfounded. As for Zi Sun the disciple of the realm lord, her eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Her master was a realm lord, invincible in the extreme mysterious realm. Although it was only a clone, it should have been enough to sweep across the heavenly realm. However, reality was cruel. Her master's clone had suffered a huge loss. Before this, no one had ever made her master suffer a loss. The extreme mysterious realm lord's clone was like a giant, just like the heavenly realm giant tribe. Boom! The extreme mysterious family lord's clone attacked again. A huge hand appeared in the void and slammed down on Gu Fei. The void that was enveloped by the huge hand immediately collapsed. Powerful lightning energy shot out from the huge hand and tore through the void. Again, the corners of Gu Fei's lips curled up into a cold smile. In the next moment, he turned into a beam of divine light that shot up into the sky. He tore through the void and pierced through the huge hand that was descending from the sky. The streak of divine light pierced through the palm of the large hand, leaving behind a cloud of blood mist. Roar! The extreme mysterious realm lord's clone roared. Even though his palm was covered in Tao patterns and was as hard as a divine weapon, it was of no use. How is this possible? The extreme mysterious realm lord was in disbelief. This clone of his was even stronger than the average divine weapon. Otherwise, he would not have used this clone to kill his way into the heavenly realm. This was practically a divine weapon in human form. Even without using the power of the divine weapon, it could still sweep across the entire realm.